What's up, everybody? Let's get this shit going. Thanks for the music, Professor Oak's Lab. Check him out on YouTube. 5 streams, just Pokemon music from the different games and shows, and I think movies too. I don't remember. I don't know if I've heard a movie yet, but they might have. He might have done that. So, all right. So we're gonna play some Scarlet. We're gonna do some grinding and talk about random shit. I actually had some topics to hit too. It's kind of funny that I remember just seeing throughout the world, especially the internet, because well, it may not interest other people, but it interests me a good bit, only really because well, things that I'm part of. So, or the things that I like to do. They affect the things that I like to do. Not necessarily I'm a part of, but things that I like to do. So the biggest one that I want to talk about is this weird fucking thing that's going on Instagram. And maybe it's just an Instagram thing. I just saw it in shorts a couple times when I went. If you don't know, I listen to metal. Mostly metalcore, deathcore, and hardcore. But I do listen to, obviously, all the old metal, like heavy metal, some hair metal here and there, death metal, new metal, other genres like Viking metal and so on and so forth that I've listened to before. But I had noticed that, I've been noticing a very interesting trend inside of the metal community now that they've always been kind of, quote-unquote, woke, if you want to call it that. But not every metal part of the metal community. I don't know how to explain this. It's part of fun. So my point is, it tends to be women. I don't think I've ever seen a dude do this because dudes don't do things. Most dudes don't do things for validation, like making shorts and looking good and saying something annoying. They might say something annoying, but they don't usually care if they look good or not. Like absurdly good, like like all done up, makeup all done up and shit. Obviously, guys don't do makeup; they don't really care too much. They don't want to look like shit though. There's these it tends to be from the same people that. This is why it upsets me. I should say it upsets me because these people who are doing this are bitching about something that is true. I'll say that, but is also not true. How do I explain this? So, in the metal community, we've had problems with racism before. Obviously the Pantera thing. I don't even know if that's true or not. I heard a lot about Pantera, but people will say Pantera had the Confederate flag, thus making them racist. Disagree, but we can move on from that point. But there's these girls who are complaining online with these stupid fucking shorts, talking about how come we never talk about your favorite band is racist, and usually they're talking about Pantera and things like that. And if you're not even actual skinhead metal bands or hardcore bands or anything like that, they're talking about Pantera 9 times out of 10. Meanwhile, the girls that are doing this, they look scenish. Like alternate scene girls. Yeah. That's what they look like to me. Or emos. Or they could have been emos in the past, but they're usually scene chicks now, and they probably were scene chicks then. This is why I have a problem with scene chicks and emo chicks saying fucking anything about any genre of music, telling people they're bad because they listen to Pantera, things like that. These motherfucking bitches, I know for a fact, since I was heavy into the alternative space throughout high school and up until I was probably 24, 25. I was heavy in that scene, like around here. I mean, I go to shows still to this day. If I go to a concert, I guarantee you I'm going to see someone that I used to hang out with at shows, or people that I met through going to shows. We never really hung out outside of shows, right? Guarantee you it happens. Usually it does. Not all the time, but usually it fucking does. Right? And this is in Baltimore City, by the way. Usually when I go to a show, it's in Baltimore City because that's the closest thing to me that has any, like, venues or anything. Well, I guess D.C., but D.C.'s further away. Anyways, point being, they're about the same, actually, I'm thinking about it. Depends on what part of D.C. you're talking about. But point being is I was heavy into the metal and the metalcore, the deathcore, the hardcore scene. Adjacent to emo, because emo girls tend to move over into that genre too. I know emo isn't metal. We'll discuss that another time. But they tend to be around. And emo chicks usually turn into scene chicks when they came into the hardcore, metalcore, and deathcore scene, right? But here's my whole thing. These bitches, the ones that I'm talking about, that look like scene chicks, that look like emo chicks. Now I might be wrong about them. I noticed some crossbreeding a little bit with style in the metal space of other things, of genres. Like, you can usually tell a metalcore chick, which is usually a scene chick, different from an emo chick, different from a goth, different from a straight, just a straight up metalhead chick. They're bitching about this Pantera thing, but them motherfuckers, especially if they were in high school or in their early fucking 20s, in the early 2000s to mid 2000s to the entirety of the 2000s, these bitches were fucking lusting the whole fucking time after not only accused pedophiles, but like known pedophiles. Look, dude, I know racism's bad. The accusations against the Pantera guy are pretty solid. But at the same time, people can change their fucking minds. You can sit there and say Dimebag Darrell was racist because he had the Confederate, or what they call the Confederate flag, which is not the Confederate flag. It's actually the Northern Virginia Army's flag. Minus that, if we subtract that whole thing, because for him it didn't mean racism, it supported the South of the country because it's where they were from. Anyways, point being, right, you are not going to sit there and tell me, I'm sorry, like if I had to choose between racism and pedophilia, if I could pick one to disappear and I could only pick one forever, it's going to be pedophilia. Look, I know racism's bad, And it's bad. It's bad. Racism is bad. But racism is not pedophilia bad. Sorry. It's like saying racism is... Like, this is how I structure things, right? Like, I see rape and pedophilia and murder and things like that all around the same level of badness, right? Racism is like maybe 2 or 3 rungs down because, like, usually when people are racist, it's because they're fucking just assholes. I don't really care about other assholes. Like, and the fact that people do so much is kind of crazy to me. I know racism's bad, but, like, at the same time, I think pedophilia is far worse. If any of those girls see this and you've done that whole fucking thing with the short being about usually Pantera, because it's usually who they're thinking of, because they don't know any actual white supremacist bands, which you can look up a list of them if you want. It's not that hard. But they're saying favorite, and I'm trying to think of a favorite metal band that a lot of people say are racist or could be construed as racist, or maybe they were racist. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know them personally. And the only one I can think of is Pantera. That's the only one. And to be honest, if you want my honest opinion, I actually think they're the people doing this are actually being northern aggression. If you don't know the story behind that, don't come at me about the Civil War if you don't know what that means. They're being pro-Northern aggression. I guess you would call them Northerners. They're being pro-Northerner, even if they're from the fucking South. And I think they're putting them in a lower... Apparently, essentially, that the South in America has always been considered the lower part of the lower class, no matter how rich they fucking are. I mean, you give a billionaire in fucking Louisiana, and people would say, oh, but he's a poor Louisiana guy because he has backwards thinking or something. Most people in the South don't have backwards thinking, and to be honest, there's more racism in the North than there is in the South. I've been to both places. I've stayed at both places for a considerable amount of time. Yeah, I live in a border state, what was considered a border state. Yeah, Northerners are more racist, period. Anyone saying that's not true is a fucking retard, okay? I'm sorry. Like, I'm tired of hearing this narrative that the South is racist still. Motherfuckers, I've been to both. I've been, talked to everyone. Every walk of life in those areas, and guess fucking what? They're not as racist as people are saying. They assume are. Look, dude, it's been, almost 200 years since the Civil War, and the Northerners can't let it go. They can't let it go, and they automatically think, no matter what, the South is racist. They automatically think it. And I'm going to be dead honest, every time I've been in the South, I've never once seen not saying there isn't racist people down there, but I've never seen a racist act. I didn't meet a racist, at least to my knowledge. Maybe, by going somewhere and buying food, maybe technically, or something like that. You can say I met them, but I really didn't. They were working. I didn't really care. Point being is, anyone that wants to argue this can argue with me, but the bottom line is the North and South, in racism terms, the North is definitely more racist. 110%. There's not even a fucking competition there. But let's talk about now. They're doing this, and the reason why this pisses me off is because I know that this is a early 30s to maybe mid 30s chick. Usually, when I see it, sometimes younger. I think the earliest I think on the whole, because I've seen this a couple times. On the whole, I'd say they're anywhere between 25 to 35, right? I've seen a couple younger ones. Don't get me wrong, but that's where it seems like it's the most. Between 25 and 35. And I know for a fact anyone who was in the 2000s metal scene, especially if they were into metalcore, hardcore, not so much hardcore, I don't think there probably is something that's hardcore, metalcore, hardcore, deathcore, screamo, emo, or any of those kind of genres, you guys were worshiping pedophiles. I can guarantee you, I can ask those girls who their favorite bandmate of any band was. Who's your favorite blah? Who's your favorite this? Who's your favorite that? If they've actually put the thought into it, and they're gonna choose the pedophile guy 9 times out of 10. And there's a lot of them. That was one of the big problems with the metal scene in the 2000s that people don't talk about. And I don't mean pedophiles in the sense like like they were duped into fucking younger chicks because they just happened to be at the show or whatever, and they picked them up and it happened. I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying they didn't go for younger girls. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not making any accusations either way, but there were some cults trying to get girls in bed, on chat systems, on all this other stuff. So I don't, younger girls, and when I say young, I don't mean like, oh, they're 16, no, and these guys are like maybe 19 at the oldest. No, I mean like fucking like 25-year-olds with like 13, 14-year-olds. Yeah, that kind of shit. All right? I don't want to hear any scene girl ever, because I'll tell you right now, all of them lusted after a pedophile who was accused. The accusations I get, guilty and proven innocent, but I know quite a few who still lust after a couple that were fucking proven pedophiles or trying to be pedophiles. I guess you're not a pedophile unless you do the act, but to me, that's just it. I'm just sick of hearing dumb shit from dumb bitches that don't know anything about the history of metal, the different genres of metal besides what they listen to, and shit like that. And they're like, oh, your favorite band's very burr. It's like, motherfucker, punk, hardcore, metalcore, all that stuff, all had white supremacist music. All of them. All the genres have. All the metal genres have. And, I mean, you have people straight up saying, well, actual white supremacist ones, I'm saying, that they were actually racist, spouting a racist message about their songs. There are a lot of people who at this moment in time, consider Viking metal white supremacists. When they're just talking about Viking mythology and, like, stories from the Viking times that we've heard before. You know, stuff about berserkers, how they were seafaring during raids, things like that. If you listen to a lot of Viking metal, it's literally just talking about that stuff. And then like Thor, Odin, all that, you know, all the gods and goddesses. And you can call white supremacy because of that. That's fine. I don't really give a shit. But you're just lying because they could not be white supremacists at all and sing about Viking shit because they want to sing about Viking shit. Or makes music about Viking shit. But, like, yeah. Everybody bitching about Pantera. Look, you don't have to listen to them, and other people can. You can't bitch about them listening to that. And if none of their songs are I can't think of a song. Maybe there's one I haven't listened to. Maybe there's a hidden track that I never listened to or anything like that. Because I'm not a hugest Pantera fan. I do like them. I'm hitting on them. But maybe there is racist shit in there and I don't realize it. But from what I've heard, there isn't any racist shit in it. It just sounds like just anger. Just like most metal. You know? It's just stupid. That's the one thing I wanted to say about that shit. That shit's annoying. And I know it's probably not widespread. I've only seen maybe, in the past 6 months, I don't really stroll on Instagram maybe once a week just to see metal stuff, any new metal songs, things like that. And of course it's going to come in because #metal. And I'm going to see stupid shit that thirst traps and shit because I'm just looking for new music. Or just looking for new bands or looking just to hear if anyone's put out anything new or just to hear just a compilation of short fucking snippets of good songs, you know? But yeah, it's kind of getting annoying. I mean, I know metal's been kind of lefty 99% of the time. I don't really like that about the metal stuff. At least from what I know about some of the bigger guys, they tend to be left as fuck, and I can't really stand it. Hardcore is really bad because they have a whole fucking worship Russia shit going on, worship Soviet Union, Russia. Bullshit going on, especially right now, especially with some of the bigger ones like who were popular at least in the late 2000s, like First Blood and fucking that whole clique of bullshit hardcore. But I get it, you're like pro not racism, but so are most people. And racism isn't as prevalent as everybody thinks it is. It isn't our fault. You don't live. A lot of these people don't live in the real world. They don't talk to other people. They go about their day and ignore everybody else besides who they care to talk to. And you can tell that. You can just see it when people are like, "Oh, I'm on the internet. Everything is racist." Blah blah blah. Bro, I don't know how to say this. I've never been to another country at any point in time. From what I've heard from people traveling. From South America to some of Europe, not all of Europe, but a good bit of Europe. The entire continent of Africa, from what I've gathered. India, the Middle East, all of Asia pretty much, except for Russia. Maybe they might be more, but I don't know. I've only met a few people who've gone to Russia, and they've only gone once. They haven't gone back or anything like that. I don't know how racist Russia is, but from what I'm hearing about every other fucking country on the planet, they're far more racist than America. Like, far, far more racist. And that's fine. I don't care. But, like, I mean, Japan didn't let other people in their country. Like, you consider people saying, hey, maybe you should come through legally as racist. You know, it doesn't make any fucking sense. These people are retarded, so. But at the same time, it's like, where do you live? Like, you're in a bubble of this community. I feel like, see, this is my problem with a lot of people. Like, everybody talks about, like, you know, echo chambers and bubbles and stuff like that. It's like, dude, I do a lot of things. Like, I don't just, like, I'm not just a metalhead. I'm not just this. I'm not just that. I work in a field that's very, open to, what's it called? I work in the tech sector. They're gonna hire most other races before white people. So, yeah, it's not that bad, guys. Like, it's just not. But yeah, that was my rant on the stupid girls that get mad at guys who listen to Pantera still, and making stupid shorts, not actually knowing anything about it probably, and then also being the same girls who were probably up in that pedophile, were trying to get in that in the mid 2000s, if they were in the metalcore scene, the hardcore scene, and the emo scene. Yeah, you definitely were trying to hit up some pedos to get in your pants. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it from them. Those dumb bitches. Those dumb fucking bitches. Scene chase are hoes, okay? I know this. I dated one. Dated quite a few. A lot of them are hoes. Were hoes. I don't know about now, but they definitely were hoes when I was a kid. Everybody was so mad because they were straight edge people. That was the only leftist thing I ever saw that I actually enjoyed. Was leftists admitting that we shouldn't drink and fuck outside of relationships. And that's the only thing I will say about the 2000s hardcore scene, especially the hardcore scene. Yeah, they weren't really pro anything. And I'm not saying it happens all the time in metalcore. I'm not saying it happens all the time in hardcore or any of that or emo music. It just it just definitely happened. All right, like, I know for a fact a lot of you girls listen to screamo bands probably have a favorite fucking lead man who they think is smoking hot, would still bone to this day, and looks the same as he did back then now. Yeah, I know a few of them are pedophiles for sure. even if they never got in real trouble for it. Like they just got put on blast or something. I know for a fact, and most of them are vocalists. So get the fuck out of my face with your stupid bullshit. Pantera's racist. Brr. We know. We know you think that. I don't know what the whole deal with the Pantera racism thing is. I don't get it. I don't know what was actually said, done, and I wasn't really. I was a kid when it happened. I don't fucking remember it. I wasn't into metal news. I just had been listening to metal music most of my life because my parents listened to it. So, fuck off. But, like, I'll tell you, a lot of things get revisited or revised and brought up news articles years later that aren't true. I've seen it a few times with metal bands. Different context, but different metal bands. And I guarantee you it happens with regular fucking news too. I already knew it did. I don't watch regular news. I don't watch most news because most of it's garbage. Even the independent journalists and shit like that. It's great that someone's out there trying to get to the answer of things. I'm glad, but everything seems to be skewed all the fucking time. Whether I agree with that person or not doesn't matter. If I want news, not skewing it for me. Too much input on their personal opinions. All right, then I have another I have a few topics I was thinking about today that I wanted to talk about that are fucking crazy. Mountain biking. Okay, so the mountain biking industry. I'm a mountain biker. My bike's in disrepair right now. It's getting fixed. Buying parts slowly. So I'll be jumping back on the trails as soon as possible with that. And mountain biking is going through a bit of a fucking shit show. If you guys aren't into this, just bear with me, please. Everybody is either failing or cutting back scale. I don't know about Guerrilla Gravity. I don't know if they failed or they just realized they had to shut down, take a hiatus for a bit, and then come back or something. I didn't hear anything majorly catastrophized on that end. But yeah, the mountain bike, because it's ramped up because of COVID. They did something. The whole entirety of the cycling thing is fucked right now. They ramped up production because of COVID. Everybody was buying mountain bikes. We didn't have enough. People were selling out. You know, especially around between the $1,000 to the $5,000 mountain bikes, they were getting ramped up. And look, they're good mountain bikes. I would if I had the money, I'd spend it on it too. But I don't, so I'm not going to spend that money. But at the moment, anyways. But you know, it is what it is. Anyways, point being is that the mountain biking, the whole cycling sports area, a lot of the companies are starting to go out of business, or are ramping down production and actually, firing people and whatnot. I don't know if I want to use Search Up. Yeah, probably. But Jaw Lock's so good. I have to admit. And it's a physical test. They're both physical. Let's do Search Up. Sound-based moves are cool. Good block. But yeah, I did want to mention that. Hey, if you're into sports, if you want to get in shape, and you're not, too heavy, because if you're really heavy, you have to go buy a really expensive specialized bike. But not specialized a company, specialized for your weight. They're not very fun. Right, they're not having a lot of fun right now. And if you're into it, go kind of support them. They made a lot of stock. There's going to be a lot of parts in stock for a long time because the used market is so high right now. And to be honest, if you buy used, I'm not against it. But if you can support them, go buy some of their clothes or something. I'm not saying that giant conglomerates like Schwinn and things like that now, Mongoose, things like that. I'm talking about your bespoke ones specifically. If you want to do ones that are less bespoke and more mainstream cycling, like Specialized, things like that, Yeti, or not Yeti, Why did I say Yeti? Is Yeti a bike company? I don't know. It probably is. You know, Niner and all them. If you want to support them too, that'd be cool. Because they make really expensive bikes, but a lot of these guys are pushing engineering and kind of moving around. But yes, go buy a good mountain bike. Spend some more money. Go buy a good mountain bike from Facebook. I'm not saying buy a mountain bike and go mountain biking. I love mountain biking. You can do it by yourself. You can do it with people. It gets you exercise. I like the exercise a lot. It's the only way I can actually do cardio and have fun. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I do recommend it. If you need a good cardio session, go mountain biking. Or just regular, any cycling really, but I do prefer mountain biking. And yes, I mean all sex of mountain biking. Like your normal mountain trail biking to downhill to enduro, cross country. I can't watch cross country, but I can definitely do cross country. Like I like doing it, I just don't like watching it. Really, I don't like watching anything besides downhill. As far as the racing scene, obviously I like the slope style stuff, and trick stuff, like, and all that stuff too. And trials is cool. I can watch trials, I can watch forever, but trials, if you know what that is, like a dirt bike has trials. Not like this bike. But now they've gotten super heavily specialized in that too, so they're not even really the same thing as they were back then, which is fine. Just like for every kind of road racing, there is a specialized bicycle for it. Not the company, like it's specifically made for that type. Like there's triathlete bicycles. Like specifically made for triathletes. I don't know what the difference is between that and your regular road bike. Maybe someone can tell me if they know anything about cycling. But because I don't like road cycling, I don't even like riding my bike on the road, even though I do to commute sometimes. Because I only work 5 miles away. But yeah, it's kind of not cool right now for them. So support them. Go buy something stupid if you can, especially the really bespoke ones. It could be a shirt, a hat, something like that. Give it to someone you know who mountain bikes, whatever. Or like cycling at all, like cycles or whatever is into. Like I'm into a lot of stuff. Metal is the music and kind of the culture I came from. I have to say kind of because most of my culture was built in Southwest Virginia, and it was. You want to talk about a racist fucking place? Like that was racism. Not good, by the way, because like there were neo-Nazi groups, and the town I lived in, the bikers actually ran. The pagans specifically. I know they're not racist, but I don't think they are they? I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think so. But I don't know. They might have been back then, maybe. I don't know. Because, I mean, the Hells Angels used to do that, too. Nobody talks about that, though. Nobody talks about that, though, you know. It's literally the Sons of Anarchy is literally a take on, like a short story of the history of fucking it's like a short story in the history of which, by the way, is a good show. I'm not saying anything about the show or people who just don't, you know, you're not in a biker gang because you bought a Harley and threw on a Sons of Anarchy thing. Biker gangs aren't probably fun. I know quite a few of people who were in them. Some of them that might still be in them. I don't know if they are. Don't really talk about it much, but yeah. So what else we have here? I don't even know how we got on that topic. Oh, wildlife. I was thinking about this too. So wildlife reintroduction, specifically for wolves, I was hearing about in Colorado or something, which I'm okay with. Everybody can get mad. Farmers can get mad. I get your point. I'm not saying you shouldn't defend your livestock at all. I know it's just a part of life, but they do need to come back. I think all wildlife needs to naturally go back where it belongs. And I don't mean the habitat it belongs in. I mean where it belongs. That includes releasing wolves into a fucking city. Yes, I'm dead serious. Look, it's a dumb idea. But the reason I can't say this, the people who are fighting for this are people who it will never affect and never, it'll never affect. And if it does, it's because they left the city. That's what it's going to be, right? This is why I want them reintroduced into the city as well. Because when these same people take Sparky out for a walk and a wolf attacks their dog and kills it and eats it, yeah, I don't want to hear you complain. Or maybe you have an indoor-outdoor cat, one that goes in, like a normal cat, in my opinion. I think this should be a normal cat. Like people have indoor cats, normal cat. One that goes in and out. Even if you don't like cats, you just have one around because of pest control, things like that. Like I do. I have a cat, but I like it. Like my cat. She's cool. To be fair, I don't really care about cats. I like my cat. That's what it is. That's all. Any cat that my family ever had, that's what I don't like anybody else's cat. I like my cat. That's it. So, not saying they're bad cats. Nothing against their cats. They're just not my cats. I could care less about cats normally, though. Or when they can't leave their kids outside in their fenced-in yard in their suburban area because wolves are back. They're 5-year-old in the backyard. It's all fenced in. They can't leave. There's no hiding spots for them or whatever for the kids. Like, come on. It doesn't matter if I have 6-foot fences there. If a wolf wants in, it's coming in, bro. They're big. All right, they ain't little. The fences that we have in most neighborhoods couldn't stop anything. It could barely stop people, much less a fucking wolf. Okay. They help. But, I'm okay with it. Look, I think we should bring them back into the natural habitats they should be in. But I also mean the geolocation. Because I don't want people in a city voting for shit that they don't understand. That's the reason I don't like it. It has nothing to do with people freaking out about, like I said that earlier to my dad. I was like, I really don't personally give a shit. But, hear me out, right? And he's like, okay. I was like, if people are voting for this, especially where farmers live, and you decide with the farmers, I don't care. Wouldn't the people in the city win automatically? You know what I mean? Or even if they just elected leaders to do it. Don't you think so? And he's like, yeah. I was like, okay then. You really got to understand, they're going to vote for it. And if they vote for it, they should have to deal with the problem. Right? I get farmers have to deal with it far more than even your regular person who lives in rural areas who doesn't have a farm, who's maybe a veterinarian or something, or they just live out there because they work in the oil fields and they live in that kind of area, in the wild, rural wild areas. And I think it's kind of insane that those people get to vote on that. Look, I am for the reintroduction of wildlife. 100%, no matter what. But it's not because of the reasons that these stupid fucking leftoids have or these stupid fucking animals rights activists have or any of that. It's because I believe they belong there and that is it. But if you're going to vote for the government to do it, and the people voting for the government to do it mostly live in the city, how is that fair to the people who live in rural areas? Honestly, they're not going to win. I'm talking about on a state level. This isn't with. They don't really have an electoral college either because it's usually just popular. Or not populism. It's not populism. Popular vote. So like, I mean, I live in a state that I can't stand, and there's reason. They might be excuses for everybody else, but to me, they're more important than leaving the state. Sorry, there's just certain things that should be more important than leaving a state, and it's just part of you know. Just part of people talk about fairness, but it seems like the only people that keep getting talk about democracy being fair, and there's nothing fair about democracy. Cities rule democracy. They always have. They always will. And it puts rural people at a very good disadvantage to their own jobs, their own everything. And it's fucking sad, and it's disgusting. If it wasn't about their jobs or how they make money or anything like that, I wouldn't care. But, like, you're affecting their whole entire life. You're not just affecting part of their life where they go to work or where they don't go to work. You're affecting their entire lives because unless you're working in a city, those wolves are going to be able to come or a heavily suburban area or a heavy suburban area. Your wolves are going to fucking just tear them apart. Tear people apart in there. And they're animals, probably more their animals than anything. So if you live in the suburbs in Colorado and you have a bunch of chickens or pets, I feel bad for you if you didn't vote for that. Struggle. I forgot. What did I hit? What did I hit? I don't remember. A little hydro pump. But yeah, I agree, right? I agree with those people. To a point. It's not their dumb reasons. It's not because it's natural. It's not because I'm a hippie dude that wants to save the environment. I just like the fact that wildlife exists, and I used to love living next to wildlife a lot. And now that I live in a suburban area, I kind of hate it. Like, a lot. Like, too much. There's not enough. I mean, luckily, our county is only suburban on the edges and in the capital city, because your county does have a capital, by the way. Figure that out if you can. But most of it's rural still. It's starting to get to be too much. I do want to go further west because of how much building's going on around here. I thought I didn't like my town before because of how boring it was here when I was younger. But now that I'm older, and even back then when I really think about it, I think that was just more me talking about like not being able to go to shows easily and things like that. More selfish things than just and I didn't want more development in the sense of people living out here. I always wanted to just a place where people would stop by to play music. You know, things like that. We had a movie theater, all that stuff, but it was, pretty far. It's not easy living in a rural-ish area. Mostly rural area. But we're starting to become to the point to where it's not mostly rural anymore. So, I want to leave. That won't be for a while, though. And I understand that because I made my decision. It's my decision. My control. I also just don't like this state at all. I thought Pennsylvania was bad politically when I left there. Ugh. This fucking place. Although Pennsylvania, I will say, is pretty bad, too, because of the city people. Even in Pittsburgh. I'm surprised Pittsburgh was like that. Supporting BLM and shit. A bunch of fucking faggots. That's all I'm going to say about that. They're a bunch of faggots. Now. Look, I'm not saying black lives don't matter. I'm also not saying that they should, or Antifa's up there too, apparently. Fucking bunch of bitches. I mean, I knew there was a lot of working class people there that were in unions a long time ago, but you're talking about young kid shit. Younger people shit. Some of them are a little bit too old. Sorry, if you're in your fucking late 30s doing what I see as political terrorism, you're a moron. If you're gonna do political terrorism for one of the parties that exist right now, you're a fucking idiot. I don't care what bent you are. You're a fucking moron. Because they don't like you. They don't care about you, dude. They just don't. Like, if you're a communist and you're sticking up for Biden, good choice, because he'll do what you want him to. He'll do all the things you want done. But the reality is, he's not as bad as a communist. He's just really close. Like, for real, he's just really close to being a communist. And you know, this whole, I don't understand. I will never understand how we can talk about communism the way we talk about it in America. Look, I'm not saying you should be a Nazi, but I'm sure as fuck not saying to be communist either. That shit's so fucking gay. That shit's so fucking, like, it's literally just gay. Like, all it is a bunch of fags, not actual, like, homos. Like, you know, people we used to call lame-os, lame pieces of shit that want to fucking do nothing all day or do their special little art thing and be a fucking faggot and just smooch off of everybody else. And then when they don't realize they're going to be the first one to be fucking thrown in the fucking the stupid factory for fucking nails or screws or something. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know that's going to happen. You're just a stupid fucking want to believe in something that's mythical. Like, communism, the way they talk about it in America is so fucking mythical. It's, like, ridiculous. It's like, fucking, don't get me wrong, I get it's racist, and I get they killed a bunch of people, but, like, who killed more people? Communism or Nazis? Like, honestly, like, think about it. I mean, communism is so fucking bad, it kills so many people without even trying. They don't even have to be attacking people. You fucking dumb shits. Like you fucking dumb shit. Fucking damn it. It's so stupid to watch. It's like, dude, you believe in this mythical thing that isn't real because you believe your version of communism fucking works when it won't. The same shit will fucking happen because you all have the same fucking idea of what communism is. You dumb fucks. Like, they're fucking stupid. They're fucking stupid. They're just as dumb as the Nazis. But the funny thing is, I just like how communism and socialism are left-wing because of what they say they stand for, which is not what they stand for. And then, like, at least fucking Hitler had the balls to be like, yup, we hate every other fucking race. At least he had those balls. At least he fucking had those balls. Like Nazis are gay fags too, I think. But like fucking, are you telling me communist actually sit there and think, oh, my way will be better, even though it's the same exact thing as his way? I don't get, like, what? What the fuck are you talking about? If these people are fucking retarded. Like, I swear to God, they're more retarded than the Nazis. At least the Nazis know they're pieces of shit. And they admit to it. And man, white liberals, oh my God, they're the worst. Like, I'm not saying, oh, Democrats are the real fucking racists. No, I'm saying white liberals are the fucking worst because they say racist shit without even realizing they're saying racist shit. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Like me, you'll never hear me talk about like the intricacies of like the problems with the black community and just be just completely fucking wrong. All the time. Like, how can you sit there, honestly, how can you sit there and say, oh, the Democrats can fix our city? Motherfucker, the Democrats have a fucking record of ruining cities. Ruining them. Like, fully. Like, Detroit, New York, all of the cities in California, because you all got fucked out there. Like, anyone who's even center, fucking leave, you dumb shits. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. Stop acting like they fucking do, and they're never going to care about you. They're going to care about the social justice bullshit that Hollywood's pushing right now. Because Hollywood's their they're one of their, besides tech and Hollywood, this is the, like if Hollywood up and left fucking California, they're fucked. Tech will be the only thing that supports them, and that's not going to be the same amount of money as Hollywood and tech. You know what I mean? You know they're min-maxing those taxes. They always are in every state. You know? Like it's like min-maxing. How much damage can we do while not doing while doing one other thing that doesn't help anyone? That's all of the major cities, and it's disgusting. It's kind of sad, actually. And I'm not saying Republicans are any better. Do not get me wrong on that. Like, everybody thinks I'm a Republican. I'm like, nah, dude, they just make more sense than the left. Sorry, the left's always been fucking retarded. I've said that my whole entire life. I was at a hardcore show, and some fucking commie-ass faggots started playing. We were opening acts. I didn't know they were communists, though, or would I never fucking went. And they were talking about fucking communism and shit. I'm like, dude, the left are a bunch of fags. In a room full of leftists who are here to see these people. I don't fucking care. Like, I don't care. Like, dude, I've got my ass kicked. I know how bad it feels. I don't care. You know what I mean? And they make it sound like you're such a horrible person because you don't want communism. How do you not want everybody to own stuff that's free? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? That doesn't make any sense. It's fucking dumb shit. I fucking hate communists. I don't even know anything worse than a communist. I just genuinely don't. Like, what is worse than a communist? Even socialists are less delusional than communists. And that's pretty fucking sad, because they're pretty fucking delusional, dude. Disgustingly so. But, you know. What the fuck do I know, right? I'm just a dumbass. I found it hilarious. This is where I have to thank a person who I don't know if he was the first person to say it or if he was just the first person to coin it that I heard. But I was there's a guy named Michael Malice. He's an anarchist. I like when he interviews people. It's funny. It's good. He interviews people that are, in my opinion, very important to the current political landscape. Now, I could be wrong. I'm not full of politics all the time. I'm not the most politically savvy person in the fucking world, nor would I ever say I was the most politically savvy person in the fucking world. But, like, a lot of this stuff that I've been hearing from the left for the past, I don't know, since probably the fucking 90s, because it's when I was alive and born. I was born in the 80s. I was old enough to pay a little bit of attention at the end of the 90s. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's just, it seems like the left has no basis for their claims besides we said this or we found this. I found that having sex is fun, but I don't think you should have sex outside of a relationship. My personal opinion. Some people would take it as far as until marriage, and I actually have respect for those people because they have a better tolerance than me. Shit, people who don't do it at all, who have never had one-night stands, do it. Have a lot more endurance than I do. You know. I'm a very flawed human. Most humans are flawed. But it is what it is. At least I'm honest about it. I don't fucking lie and try to act like I didn't do shit in the past. A lot of people don't. That's the worst part. A lot of the people who do that stuff, like they're like, "Oh, I admit that was a part of my past." They never get the They never get the notice. Like they don't get noticed, right? They're the ones who don't get noticed, who I think make the most sense. even if I'm not religious, even like some religious people are out there acting crazy, and these guys aren't. They're like, no, I fucked up in the past. I don't care. To all my own morals. Not all of them, but a good bit of them. Like, obviously, they're not going to sit there and think that sex before marriage should go to hell, but they just don't recommend it. That's all. Like, you can't, like, you're not supposed to have kids in the church. You're not supposed to. I'm going, am I supposed to? I'm not saying that's how it is right now, because I've been to a few churches. No hate on churches, but, or church, or Christianity, or any religion. Actually, I hate the atheists give. The amount of hate that atheists give to Christians who have never spoken to them is kind of fucking insane, dude. Like, it's insanity. It's in fucking sanity. It's insanity. Like, I can't even take it. That's why, like I don't call myself atheist for that reason. Right? Like, I'm not an atheist. I don't believe. That doesn't mean I don't believe that could be. Like, maybe I'm wrong both ways. Who the fuck knows? Maybe God is something that's actually there. Maybe it's not. I don't fucking know. If I can't prove him or disprove him, I'm going to say, I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. And I know that's part of belief. I get it. I'm not dumb. But, you know, it wouldn't be surprising if there was a God. There's stranger shit out there, man. Like, we have glowing animals. Like, that's weird. Like, when we were kids, like, they used bioluminescence and aliens for TV shows and stuff. Because it made sense to them. Because it was like, that's crazy looking. Most people have never seen that. And they probably got inspiration from the animals that we found that looked like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of crazy when I think about it. But, like, at the same time, it's like, yeah, that's... What was I saying? I don't even know. I don't want to rant. Just do your best. That's all I'm going to say. Do your best. Just do your best. Don't be a hoe. Don't be a dickhead. Just do your best at just being you. Obviously, dickhead in the sense, I don't mean like in the colloquial sense that we have today. I mean like an actual dickhead. Like someone who's just, not someone who's stern, not someone who's like, fuck you, I don't care. Because the problem with today is a lot of people are really soft. You can literally say anything to me. There's very little you could say to me, right, that would actually have me upset. Very little. You know? Like, actually upset. Like, not feigning upsetness. I mean, actually upset. I don't really feign upsetness all that often. Usually I'm just like, what the fuck ever. You can go be a fag. I don't care. This is what I'm going to think of you afterwards, so it doesn't really matter. You don't have to agree with me. But I'm not going to take it personally that you don't agree with me. Like, I don't get that. And I never will get that. And people who are doing that are a bunch of fucking assholes. Just because I don't like you doesn't mean just because you have bad political beliefs doesn't mean I can't like you. Just because you have bad beliefs in general doesn't mean I can't like you. That's the problem with everybody. Like, everybody acts like you have to hate the other side. You have to. It's both sides, too. It's not every side. It's just the main ones. And I'm not a centrist. Most people call me right-wing because I have some right-wing values. Not all, but most. Mostly right-wing values. What is a left-wing value I have? I guess if you want to call, like, bringing animals back to where I think they belong, which is where they came from, you know, where they got pushed out of. But this also, for me, includes cities. Because, again, like I said, they don't know what they're voting for, and it's not fair. It just isn't fair. It just isn't fair. That's the way I say it, because that's what a lot of politics are. A lot of politics is the cities fucking... all politics. All politics are cities fucking over rural areas. It's all they ever fucking are, dude. That's all it's ever been. That's all it's ever been. It doesn't matter what time in the country you think was great in this country. That's the way it's always been, dude. Like, that's just the way it's always been. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm not being cynical or thinking that there wasn't a better time in this country. I do think there was a better time in this country. But at the same time, you guys gotta look at it like politics was never good in this country. We literally fought a war to get out of politics, to get out of a certain type of politics. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's how it always works, though. All countries are like that. All countries are like that. If it's a voting country, all countries are like that. That's just a fact. That's just a fucking fact, dude. And I don't mean... I know, to me, elections don't actually fucking matter, because... I just think it's weird also. People, like, look to... Like, they're like, well, we have this thing, this constitutional republic that we don't call a constitutional republic, but it's not anymore. It is democracy. We let everyone vote. That's the problem. They just fuck over anyone who wants to live the life that they're living. That's all they want to do. It's okay for fags and fucking trans people to teach your kids how to be gay and trans, but it's not okay for fucking farmers to want to keep farming. Like, what? What do you mean? How is that even... Like, what the fuck do you actually mean? That's all they do. That's what they do. Or you know, rural jobs. Any rural jobs. Any rural jobs. Any of them. Any of them. Any of them. They demonize every single fucking rural job there is, from farmers to fucking gas line workers, and fucking all these people. All these fucking people. The left, who cares so much about people, but they say you shouldn't demonize people, or dehumanize people. They do it every fucking day. Every fucking day. To anyone who lives in a rural area. It's fucking disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. They're worse than... They're like, oh, we don't have any prejudice. No, you don't have any prejudice towards things you like. That's what it is. That's what it is. Because the second of, like, our farming is unsustainable. It's like, why? Like, I get factory butchering and stuff like that's gross, but people will say, like, factory farms and all this stuff. I was like, most of the stuff that you show us isn't factory farms. It's factory butchering, by the way. You want to get mad at somebody, get mad at the butchering companies. The people who actually raise the cattle, even if they are part of that company, don't do that shit. That's just a reality, man. It's just a reality. I've never met a farmer in my life that treated the way... Maybe it is the factory where... Like, that video of... What was it? The Purdue chicken or whatever, where the guy just stomped on fucking chickens. Look, I know it's more of a shock thing because it's dead instantly if you did that. Like, it's not alive. Like, it doesn't feel anything really. It might feel it for a second, but it's at that point, like, if you stomp on the head of a chicken, a normal fucking person, you don't have to do that in shape or anything. It's dead, guys. It might feel something, but if the head is crushed or the heart's exploded, dude, it's over. There is no other, like, there is no thought. It isn't a slow bleed out process. There is no, like, oh, it felt a lot of pain. Now, I'm not saying people should be doing that, but it's fucked up. It's bad enough we cut off their heads. Like, I mean, now, I just think people are crazy, and maybe it's because they don't raise them. Maybe the people that are doing that aren't the ones raising them. You know? Maybe that's the issue. Maybe it's the process, not the actual fucking... The people... The process draws these people into that kind of mindset. And not everybody does that. I mean, I've met butchers who would never do anything like that. I've met... Most farmers I've ever met in my entire life never did that. All of them. I haven't met one that did abuse their animals, like the way they say. Like, for real. And I've known a lot of farmers, man. Like, a lot of farmers. It's not like I know one or two, no. My whole life's been around farmers. Someone my dad did, but my whole life was around it when I was a kid. I know what farmers are, man. They make him sound like this evil fucking piece of shit. When he's just, you know, making some money, allowing you to fucking eat, city liberal. My problem with liberals is that they're mostly from the city and they're mostly retarded. That's the problem with the whole political system over here. Look, whether you're on the left or the right, you have to admit this. The right are a bunch of cucks. The left are a bunch of fucking retards. That's what it is. You can get mad at me. But that's the way it is in this country right now. As far as the two major political parties, I'm not saying left, right, people who vote that way or think that way. I'm saying people who are in charge of it in this country. Like the people in the parties. They're the ones who ultimately shape your image to the party. So if it's going to be a party-based system like this, we need to realize that there shouldn't be any parties, because as long as we're inside of a party-based system like this and it's not just votes, not direct votes, but like using the actual, like the way I think it should be, whether I'm wrong or not is probably true. But like, yeah, like people get mad at like the dumbest shit now with politics, and it's just I get mad. Like I genuinely do. Like when I read it, I'm just like, I don't actually get mad. I'm like, that annoys me to no end, because like, you know, I'm like, calm down, Tim. They're a bunch of retards. It's okay. The game of politics is annoying and stupid. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not rocket science. It doesn't matter what kind of politics you're talking about either. It's all dumb. It's all fucking dumb in this country. I think we live in an idiocracy. I really do. I think we're dealing with the last competent people on the planet. I really do. Like, honestly. I really do feel like we're at the end of the competency of this planet. Like, there's a lot of competent people still existing. But that's going to go away soon. It's going to be like buildings be held together. If you ever watch Idiocracy. Buildings being held together by fucking big ass ropes, and fucking highways in disrepair to where you're fucking falling off of overpassages, and it's just like a shithole. It's gonna look like it got bombed. Just over time. What's up? Is that a shiny whooper that I see there? Derpy boy. I just like how Pooper now has Whooper has a Pooper variant. We can call him Pooper now. Wait. Are you one of those weird Vaporeon people? Please tell me no. Wait. I have to see if Vaporeon has the screen, has their profile pic. Correct answer. I think we'll let it go. We'll leave it at that. Exactly. What? Just stay innocent. Just stay innocent. That's all I'm gonna say. Fucking. God damn it. And don't look it up either. Just don't. Not worth your time. There's weird people in the Pokemon community that should not be in the Pokemon community. We'll put it that way. We'll just put it that way. There's a ghosty. Ghosties. I like how when they float around, they have the little woo sound. I got some Psyduck down. How much Psyduck down do I have? I bet you have a lot. Let's look how much Psyduck down I have. I got a lot of stuff. Venonat Fang? Jeez. Jeez, it's a lot, man. 110. 94, 94 Tarantula Threads? Nice. I've killed a lot of things. 400 Shanks. 300 Scyther Claws. 500 Psyduck down. Only 500, really? That's crazy to me. 800 Nimble Claws. I felt like it was more Psyduck down than anything. Yeah, I would say than anything in recent history, but I was wrong because of Venonat Fang. Nice. Venonat's... Venomoth's been giving me lots of stuff to sell. Look, there's a Vaporeon. I'm gonna go fight it. Yeah, I'm just doing it because I want to beat the game quicker. Because I want to do the DLC, get the DLC Pokemon, plus get Miraidon in the deck so I can complete this dex. And send everything back to Scarlet eventually. Although I did realize that Scarlet does not have the room for all the Pokemon. Which bothers me. You know? It bothers me. It just does. Why, I don't know. Like you physically don't have enough room in the game to store the entirety of both Pokedexes. And I'm not even talking about like male, female versions or even other variants. Just the whole entire, just one of each Pokemon. Yeah, room. Like, there's not enough room to do it. Now, and if you're talking variants, they put out a Pokemon with 63 or 64 variants in the DLC and still didn't have. And even if you subtract all of those, you still don't have enough room. If you have one of each Pokemon, just one of each one. You can't have them all in the game. All the ones that are available in the game because you run out of space. You have to send some to home, and that's probably a push to get you to go to home. But it's kind of annoying. Like, I want to be able to have all the Pokemon in the game after I'm done. You know? This one's not full yet. They only go up to 32, so whatever 32 is, 32 boxes times, I think, 30 spaces, if I remember right. And there's, the Pokedexes are, I think, 4, 2, and 2. 2 something for the last Pokedex, for the other. Let me look. This game doesn't have all 3 Pokedexes yet. That's 2, but one I haven't even picked up yet, so I can't get it. So we'll look at the Pokedexes real quick, the individual one. Scarlet and Violet have 400 Pokemon. Indigo Disc has, I think, 200 even. Oh, no. Oh, this is the whole Indigo Disc. Oh, this is the Indigo Disc. So that's 243. And then Teal Mask has, I think, 200 even. Yep. That's 800 Pokemon. 800 and some Pokemon. If I do the math in my head, what is it? Was it 960 books? Yeah. So my problem is I have all the forms. So I guess you can have it in there, can't you? It's 960. There's what, 800 and let's see. Plus 800 or 400. Plus 243. It'd be 843. So yeah, you can get one of each. Okay, so maybe I was wrong. Yeah, it'd be 843. So maybe I was wrong, but I have the different variants too. That's the problem. You can see my PC box, my current one. Let's see. What do we got? Everything. So this is my little thing. You know, you have to catch a couple in the beginning. Catch up in the beginning. All these are all my Drago boys, and of course, Fury Coco down here with level 6 because you had the battle with him. Then you got the entirety of the decks from here until Teal Mask, the Teal Mask DLC. So you got everything except for Pavilion. Working on Pavilion. There's some I don't have, like Pavilion, like all the Pavilions. I have some of them. I'm working on them in Pokemon Go. Like I have different forms. I have all the different forms. We're trying to get all the different forms. I think I have all the different forms. Everything. Right? Yeah. 2 segment, 3 segment. I have a shiny 2 segment or 3 segment. Yeah, I think the only thing I don't have is Aqua Britoros. It's the only one I don't have besides the Villians. I need Aqua Britoros. To finish some of the Rotoms. I think we get the book for it. I forgot to get that. And then or evolve them into the, or not evolve, change them into their forms. And then so do I. That's why I have, what's his name? Myriad Koraidon. Yeah. Came from Scarlet. I have Scarlet. I finished Scarlet. I also have Arceus Legends, which I really want to finish before the next Legends games come out, which I can't wait for. It's hyped. It's sick, bruh. This is a miss spot because they added them to the Pokedex, to the different Pokedex. But yeah, I have, this is a. Oh, I don't have Walking Wake or. I also don't have the Sinistes, the different Sinistes and Sinchastes. And the Poltergeist and what is it? Poltergeist and Sinischa, and then Sinistee and Poltergeist. So, do have my 4 and 3 home Myces. I do have some shinies, but I already transferred them over to home, so yeah, I'm pretty hyped for AZ too. They're bringing Mega Evolution back, which is the only quote unquote gimmick battle tactic that I liked. And then I was hoping they would have kept continuing it, so it wouldn't have been a gimmick. The problem is they stopped. Here's my. Is this the shiny one, or is that the last? Was the last one the shiny one? I didn't even look. Yeah, I do have some shiny stuff in here, and of course, all these guys, and both these, because they're female. I do need to get male and female versions of everything eventually, but that's going to be a long time coming. Long fucking time coming. So I'm trying to finish the general decks in home. In this game, and Pokemon ZA, or Legends ZA, Legends Arceus, all that. And I'm talking about a full Pokedex. So, like, when I say a full Pokedex, I'm working on, like, a full regular Pokedex. No shinies or anything like that. Just a full, I mean, every single Pokemon and its forms, if its forms are separate. Like, obviously I can't do that with that, Cherum's Evolve form, right? Because it's only a battle thing. Like, it's only in battle. But if I can have an Origin form Giratina in home, it's going to be an Origin form Giratina. It also depends on the transferring and, like, what it does, right? So from what I can tell, you can't use like the origin forms of the 3 God Pokemon. Yeah, living decks. Eventually, it's going to be all forms, both sexes, all that. But it's going to take a long time to do that if it has a sex, obviously. It's gonna take a long time to do that though. I'm just trying to get one of each with their form because it's a lot easier to do that than do all three at the same time. And plus, I need a long-term project for video games. So, which is this? I like taking on projects. Right now, I'm taking this one. I'm getting 2 mountain bikes. My mountain bike fixed up because it's all beat up, broken, and I found a 26 for my son to ride for a little while because his other bike is too small for him. So. And we're gonna fix that one up. It was a piece of crap. We're gonna fix it up. It needs a real wheel like mine. Probably gonna redo the drivetrain, you know, the chain, the cog set, or cassette in the back, the cog set, or the chain wheel on the front. Some cranks probably. I don't know if it has disc brake applicable frame, but I know the fork is. I think the fork is. So, but I could make it that way. Just need someone to knows how to weld fucking aluminum. See, I wish I knew how to weld. That's one of the things I do want to learn soon. Yeah, I like doing cool. Eventually, once you fix up my truck, because it's a 95 Ford F-150 with the 300 cubic engine line 6. So it's not just a random thing to me. Well, it was my dad's truck. That's the reason why. My dad's still alive, but he gave it to me. And I want to rebuild it and keep it around because he has had bouts with cancer. He's not exactly the most healthy human. Not saying he's going to die anytime soon. He's not bedridden or anything. It's one dude who's it's gonna be hard for him to go. He's too stubborn to die. That's the way I see it. Like seriously, that's the way I see it. He's too fucking stubborn. I mean, I don't want him to go, obviously, and he doesn't seem to be in a lot of pain all the time or anything. So he chose what he chose. He might. He did tell me he wished he didn't do some of the things that he did, but you know, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. Now, things done has been done. He's a great guy, though. He's probably my favorite person after my son, obviously. My favorite person that isn't my son. Let's go with that. In the whole world. Not only is he my favorite, but he's also very important to me. And more than just being my father. But yeah. I don't know how we got on that topic, but we did. Where did that even come from? We were talking about Pokemon. Although Pokemon does need to get some of their shit together. So is Niantic. Niantic's spazzing because they don't have events. They're running out of events. Like, bro, shut up. Niantic, this shit stuff up. You make so much money off of Pokemon Go. And you're worried about getting money? Get the fuck out of here. Like, it's sad that Pokemon's main income is Pokemon Go now. Like, you guys realize this, right? It's not the Pokemon games. It's Pokemon Go. For good reason. It's it's an okay mobile Pokemon game that is specifically made for mobile, not just a game that runs on mobile. Like, it was made for mobile. You know what I mean? Like, it was made for everything your phone can do. You take pictures. Take pictures. It's GPS based. It's all this stuff, and it's like that was probably the best thing they could have done. To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't have a Switch to sell with cellular data. That was crazy to me when I saw that. And I know why they didn't do it, because a lot of the things that did that in the past didn't really succeed. But like, I think the Switch would have. I think they would have seen a boost in sales for that. I think they would have. I think they would have. I really do. Like, I really think it would have brought some parents to get their kids one of those instead of a phone or a tablet for Pokemon Go. You know what I mean? I think it would have been a way better device, because it's pre-locked down. There is a web browser, but there's a backwards way of getting into it. I know kids will figure it out, but, you know, it's not as easy as just a phone. Not a phone. Not a phone. But that is actually a good name for a phone, because there used to be what was called... I'm sure there's a modern version of this, but I'm assuming it's all VoIP now, so it would be called switches still, but they're just data switches, not phone operated switches. Well, they're all data switches, but phone operated, phone specific data switches. That would actually be pretty funny. I'm thinking about it, but or pretty clever. But no, it wouldn't have had to been a phone. It could have just been a tablet-like device that is a gaming device, and when you play Pokemon Go, you have to turn it to up and down. It has a touchscreen. It literally does almost everything the phone does. The only thing it didn't do was have a camera, which I kind of agree with and kind of don't. There's a reason I don't, and there's a reason I do. The reason I don't is because literally everything has a camera now. The Xbox, the PlayStation, or you can use a regular webcam on it or whatever. And it's more of like a desktop setup, like for gaming. Whereas for mobile, you use a phone which has everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's a monitor, it's a camera. That's the only thing. And I think it's going to change this time around. I think the new console, which is going to be another Switch, I have a feeling. Because this idea needs to keep going. Like, for real, I think this idea needs to keep going. This idea of a portable and console, like a portable and a non-portable console is great. Play on the TV, but you can also... I mean, I know Nintendo's messed with that a bit throughout the years with, like, the GameCube, the 64, the Nintendo... Was it Super Nintendo? Super Nintendo Game Boy Reader card and all that. Actually, we used to love doing that when we were a kid. When Pokemon came out, we would play the Super Nintendo around. Use that card because we had one to play our Game Boy games. We had Game Boy. I had the original Game Boy. My brother had a Game Boy Pocket when that came out, and then we got a Game Boy Color for when the Pokemon games went to color. I had the original one though, the OG, gray and purple buttons and all that shit. It was an awesome console. Not just for Pokemon, but for a lot of things. Like Zelda, you had everything. Good fucking console. Especially when you're little. But the battery time on them were horrible. Like, fucking god awful. It was like maybe 8 hours total. And when I sit there and think about it, I don't think that's true, but I also don't think it's not true. You know what I mean? Like, I felt, maybe it's because I was a little kid, but I felt like I spent so much time playing Pokemon, but I only checked that batteries out like a couple times, maybe like once a week. And I know I was playing more than 8 hours sometimes. When I got blue, because I got red for Christmas, and then I got blue later that summer. When I got blue, I literally stayed up most of the weekend playing that. Like, I might have got between Saturday and Sunday. So I got it Saturday at like in the morning, not like super early, but like 10, 11 o'clock. The 3DS is awesome. That was a good console too. I had the original 3DS, the one of the jewel case ones. They were pretty awesome. 2DS is cool too. But yeah, like the handhelds, I miss the Game Gear. That was like, everybody talks about like the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Color and stuff like that. The Game Gear was the fucking shit. It was literally just a just a full console, essentially. It was ran like for like 0 time, but like it had a backlit screen, LCD screen. It had and you could play like the actual games on it, like full Sonic games, shit like that. Yeah, back then it was pretty awesome. Then you had what's it called? Yeah, but that game I think the Atari had it too. I'm thinking of something else, but yeah, the Game Boy consoles are, no matter what anyone says, look, PSP has a good game, PSP has a good technology, but the problem was they kept doing proprietary bullshit. That's why Sony lost out. Like straight up, that's why Sony lost out on that. It was all proprietary bullshit. Like mini discs are a bad idea because I mean, that's just a bad idea. Cool technology, but bad idea. And using the Sony specific SD cards, which are just SD cards shaped differently. And you couldn't shave them down to do anything because it was like they had like different ports and stuff. They're just it was literally the same thing, just wired and made differently. So yeah, that's why the PSP and the PS Vita sucked. And they had mobile options, which was pretty cool. Those were probably the superior consoles as far as power, features, and all that. But they just sucked at everything else. At gaming, they just weren't as good. They're expensive too. I mean, usually the Game Boys come pretty cheap, you know. But they always stayed expensive. I never thought about that. Gaming history is pretty crazy, just from when I was alive. But I can imagine the Atari days, in the arcade days. Those were probably awesome times. I would have loved to be in the arcade craze, you know. Would have been awesome. But I was old enough to appreciate arcades because we had them throughout the '90s. But like at the same time, they kind of died in my age group, and I'm kind of sad about that. Because arcades were fun, man. You've never been to one, like an actual arcade from back in the day, like one from like the 90s, 80s and such? Yeah, it was such a good time. Such a good time. And now they try to recreate it with like gamer lounges and things like that, and it's not the same because it's more of like you're going there to play video games in some kind of capacity, but they never really succeed because you play video games at home, you know. But going somewhere and doing it is on a regular game console is just fucking goofy, you know. And it really is, like, it's goofy. I get it for camaraderie and stuff, but then again, those things don't make a lot of money. Like it costs a lot of money if you want to have all the consoles and PCs with decent setups, at least enough to play, you know, pretty good settings, a little bit higher than the consoles, things like that. It gets expensive, and you don't make a lot. And the networking stuff for it now would be ridiculous. It would be a fucking headache, and I work in that field, so I completely understand it. I would fucking hate to do the network in one of those places. Because you don't know what's going to happen when you log on to, like... Let's say you have at least 20, right? For over the gamer lounge. So 20 is a good number, because a lot of people don't come in, but enough can come in to where it's like 20 of each console. The Switch, which would have to be, like, tied down in a way, because you get them walk away with it. The Switch itself, the Xboxes, and the PlayStation. Plus, you probably want some retro stuff so parents aren't bored. You know what I mean? Things like that, like some retro arcade boxes. Maybe not even retro arcade boxes, but one of the newer ones that are being sold. Like the one-up boxes, whatever it's called. The arcades that you can buy from Walmart. And, like, maybe some old consoles if you can get your hands on, like, you know, really old consoles like Ataris, Nintendos, and stuff like that. But, your bread and butter is always going to be the current consoles, and it's always going to be PCs, and they had to be pretty well spec PCs because most people who play are they the highest specs? No. Do they beat consoles? Not always. Depends on when you're talking. But like a mid-grade PC, what we consider a mid-grade PC, which would cost anywhere between 800 if it's good sales, or they can get a deal from like a gaming company or something. It's gonna cost like at least $800 to $1,500, or not even $1,500, $1,000, so $800 to $1,000. You know, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of fucking money, man. And you're gonna have at least, like I said, you're probably gonna have at least 20 of each, plus the consoles are what when they come out, anywhere between $400 to $600 a piece. So that's when new ones come out, you have to buy those, right? And that's if you can get a hold of them. You know what I mean? Unless you have a deal with Microsoft or Sony, you're not gonna get those consoles, right? Not all of them. Not all of them. Yeah, it's just hard to do that. You know what I mean? Because it used to be, the way arcades used to be run, which I get, there would be a new game would come out, and you'd buy the arcade for it, and it would take it would take you a while to get it. You know what I mean? There wasn't a whole shit ton of them built off of an assembly press all the time. It was kind of, they weren't hand built, but I'm sure there was some machinery behind it, definitely. But at the same time, it was a lot more labor intensive. You had to put a TV, and you essentially had to make what we would now call all-in-one computers. It was a TV with a computer, but it only ran that game. Like, that's insanity when you think about it. Like, we didn't have monitors in computers until in any computer, well, except for like maybe mainframes, because mainframes are room size, if not bigger. But like the reality is, you're running one game. You know what I mean? The Vita was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it was a good console. It's just it wasn't worth the cost. There wasn't many exclusive games. They were powerful enough to run a lot of. I mean, there were a lot of exclusive. Well, there were some exclusive games, but a lot of the games that they won that were indie games. Indie games are scaled down versions of like AAA games. And the biggest problem is, I think when they try that, they just do a bad job at doing it. I think the Switch is the best you can get, and what's it called, the Steam Deck or whatever they call it now, whatever that thing's called. There's a bunch of them. I know Lenovo has one. I know Acer has one, or Zeus. Maybe Acer does have one. I wouldn't be surprised. Those are pretty cool to me too. I wouldn't mind doing those either. But the Switch, the only thing I play on the Switch is pretty much Pokemon and Zelda. So like it's still got. Maybe I'll play some Mario Kart here and there. Maybe I'll play some like Mario Party or whatever for fun. My son or something. But it's not the norm. You know what I mean? Like that's like maybe once a month kind of thing. You know what I mean? And my son is old enough. He plays other games. Right now he's probably playing Fortnite because the new season came out or whatever. He's playing on his Xbox. He's got an Xbox Series X. I don't play it. There's a point in my life where I was like, I don't want to play old, like, that kind of game. There's nothing wrong with that. I still call Fortnite, or Fortnite gay. I don't like Fortnite. It's bad. I don't like BRs. It's a cool idea. It's just I don't like the idea. The funny thing is, like, someone was like, "You're bad at it." I was like, "Dude, you don't even have to be that good at a first-person shooter or a third-person shooter to be good at Fortnite. Like, you just have to be decent." Most of it's based on the building bullshit. Stupid as fuck. And they made a non-build version, which is pretty cool, but at the same time, I don't want to play that. My first Fortnite round ever played, I got in 5th place with like 2 kills. I get it's fight until the last one stands. I get it. I get it. I get it. But I hate it. It's such a dumb format to play. It's not as fun. Not, like, if it was real life and you were playing paintball or airsoft or something, I'd kick that. That would be fun. But, like, the video game, nah. I'd just be teams fighting each other. Mostly. But I'll play some free-for-all. That's fine. I like free-for-all. I hate how, like, because of the scale of it, it doesn't make a very good game. Because, like, how big it is, random shit can happen to you, right? There's other people fucking about. So, when you could be running, I mean, it's a little bit worse with, like, certain video games, but, like, I don't really like, I just don't like Battle Royales, man. It's just not fun. They're just not. They're not very challenging either. I mean, yeah, to win is a challenge, but I mean, you can win and have one kill. That's not even fucking fair. You know what I mean? Maybe it's because I came from the arena shooter era. Maybe that's why, like Halo, Unreal Tournament, stuff like that. Maybe that's why. I just like the team thing. I like playing with my friends that way. I like playing teams. Do the last two teams. I like objectives that aren't just last standing. And stay away from the closing ring. I mean, it's a cool idea, don't get me wrong. It's just, in practice, it's boring. I'm not saying I'm super intelligent. I just think it's boring. Or anything. Because people think well, I'm super dumb. I don't think that either. It's like, it's just complicated for you. It's like, no, it's not, dude. When you come in 5th in your first game ever, I think you're alright. Like, I don't think... And then again, that was a different time when Steam was like... Or not Steam. Fortnite was like... played by pretty much no one. So that might be the reason why maybe I should go back and play. This one was pretty new. So, like, maybe I should go back and play and see if it's actually challenging, but... I just don't want to play. It doesn't seem fun to me. Even on team. After this battle, I'm gonna go to bed. Or not bed. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and take a short break and get a drink. I'm gonna use Dig on Golduck and beat him in one game. G-Stack. Oh shit, I'm at level 81. I didn't even realize that. Okay, so we're gonna pause. I will return. Listen to some Pokemon music. It is fun. I like Pokemon music. And we're back. Let's pause that music. Get into it. Not pause, but if you don't know who that is, Professor Oak's Lab. Go check him out on YouTube. I use his stuff because it's just a radio stream of Pokemon music, and he deserves a like. Sorry, I'm being a fat. Tasty cakes or Little Debbie, shit like that. They're literally the devil. I'm convinced of this. Like, if the devil's real, they are the devil. Like, they really are. They're so good, even though they're disgustingly gross at the same time. And they're just so good, man. Like, get mad at me. Is there better pastries? Definitely. But, like, dude, they're so fucking good for no reason. They are literally the devil. Like, straight up, dude, the devil. That's what the devil looks like. It's not the Antichrist isn't going to be some crazy fucking dude or some crazy demon thing. You know what it's going to be? It's going to be Little Debbie fucking snack cakes. That's what's going to be the fucking... the Antichrist. They're so good, but they're like so little, but they're like perfect for a snack. They're evil. They're the definition of evil, man. I will fall for it every fucking time, too. Eating a fucking chocolate cookie bar. It's literally just diabetes in a wrapper. Antichrist is this guy or this guy. No, it's not. It's fucking Little Debbie, bro. Like, it really is. I know it's dumb, but it's true. Like, you can't get mad at us for that. We'll move for that. I mean, they're just so good. For no reason. It's like crack. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But like, it's bad, dude. I see people eat these all the time, and I eat them. I'm not gonna say at home, but I get it. Are they the greatest tasting? No. They're perfect for snack. They're perfect for snacks, though. That, my friends and family, is how you become a fat. You eat 2 tasty cakes because you're a fat. Fudge round, if you were curious to the other tasty cake I'm eating. I think I really shouldn't eat this shit. I am. If I didn't work out, like, I don't do it. I'm not super consistent about it. But I try to do it at least 4 times a week. Or my goal is 4 times a week, but I definitely get at least 1 a weekend minimum. And a good one usually. It's usually full body. From weightlifting to cardio, calisthenics. If I didn't do it at all, I would probably weigh 300 pounds. And I'm 5'10", so I'd be fat as shit at 300 pounds. I'd be fat as shit. I'd be so fat, my arms would be stuck. Sticking out all, like at an angle all the time because I couldn't put up on my side. Sorry, I'm not trying to make fun of fat people. I'm not, but I would be huge. I would genuinely be fucking huge. At 300 pounds. 300 pounds. God damn, would I be? Jesus, I don't even like my gut. And man, I'd be huge. My gut's mostly from drinking. Man. Back in the day, I drank a lot. Too much. I'll say it. I'm not saying I don't drink now, but I definitely don't drink it. Like, I drink. Last time I drank was like... Let me think. Oh, my birthday. I took a vacation for the week of my birthday because I have a bunch of vacations. So I took it, and that's the last time I drank. I think I'm pretty sure. I'm almost positive. Almost positive. Yeah. Which was what? Almost 3 months ago. It'll be 3 months ago in the middle of next week. Tuesday. So yeah. When was the last time I drank? I'll probably drink next weekend. St. Patrick's Day. Probably drink a little bit. And then, probably drink some on Cinco de Mayo. Maybe some on Easter, but I doubt it because I think I'm driving. So, if I'm driving. But yeah, it's not fun. Yeah, drinking a lot isn't... It was fun while I did it, but... I started having a problem. Like, I could finish whole bottles of whole fists of whiskey by myself, and... I mean, I'd be drunk as shit, but I would remember stuff, like, normally. Like if I was just tipsy. It was pretty fucking bad. I shouldn't be able to drink a whole fucking fifth of whiskey and be fine. Like in an evening. Like not in like a day. Not in like a half a day or an afternoon into evening or anything. Like a night just playing video games. The money. It wasn't worth the money. It definitely wasn't worth the damage I probably did to my body. Long-term effects on my body will have from it. Including the fact I got a big old beer belly. Kinda sucks. But it's going away. It's going slow. Like I said, it may not be every week, but I try to work out at least once a week. I would like to do 3 to 4. That's my goal usually. I can't always say it because of work and other bullshit happening. I try my hardest. I should try harder, to be honest. Like, that's on me. It is. That's one of the reasons why I want to get my mountain bike on the road. Because right now it's... I need a new rear wheel. It's been sitting out in the weather all winter, so I probably need a new chain. Which means I might as well just do my whole drive chain train, the whole gears and all that. Swap it up to a 1x instead of a 3x. 3xs aren't bad, don't get me wrong. Everybody, like, a lot of mountain bikers shit on. I actually don't mind it. I think it's the most efficient, cost-effective way to make a bike that has the capabilities that current bikes have. If you put a 3x7 on current day bikes, I think it would actually make them very, very, very nice still. Like, seriously. Because the one, if you used gear 1 in a 3x and gear 1 in the back, it's not as good, but it's pretty fucking good, man. It's like, it's so easy to climb stuff with that. I get it. It's easier to have 1 by because you don't have all the noise. You don't have as much to maintain. You have 1 cassette instead of you have 1 shifter instead of 2. But you usually end up filling that shifter with a fucking dropper post. So, or already has one on there. So yeah, they're nice. I mean, I love the sport. I love it. The sport, the whole sport of it, everything. The doing of it mostly, but like watching the downhill. Watching the guys do tricks and shit. I guess you would call it BMX, but it isn't BMX. I don't know how to explain it. What am I doing? Where? Oh, lucky egg. There it is. I'm just stupid. But yeah, like it's a fun thing to do, and anyone can do it. Obviously, if you don't have a use rig, but they have actual mountain bikes for that. They're electric bikes though, and they're 3-wheel. They're pretty cool. Actually, but I guess you wouldn't really call it a bike then. More of a carriage. That's what I would call it. And they're nice. They're nice. They usually have a fat tire in the back for good traction and 2 front tires. They're actually pretty nice. They have suspension and everything. It's like modern day mountain bike. I would like to get a new mountain bike because I'm on a hardtail right now. I like to get a full suspension, but they're expensive if you want a really good one. I don't want like a really, really good one. I just want like I want an enduro. So that's part of the problem. That's the problem right there. I want an enduro. I like travel in my suspension. Like I never understood trail bikes half the time. Like full suspension trail bikes half the time. Because they pretty much to me feel like a hardtail. Having run downhill bikes in the past at parks and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a little bit too much travel, but it's almost to where I think all travel should be. Should be a little bit less than 200. And what is it, 200 and something millimeters? Yeah, a little less than that. We'll go with like 170. I think it's what 160 is a good starting point. Maybe 150 is like a good starting point too, close to it, good enough, you know. And because of the enduro race scene, it's now gotten to be a premium to have an enduro bike, and things like that. Really good at downhill and good at uphill too. Really good at uphill, and it's the best of both worlds, really. You could do a cross country on an enduro bike and understroke everything. Understroke the rear shock. Get a fork that's understroked. Or not even understroke, just different size travel. Yeah, that's it, just different size travel. Like, it'd be understroked for shocks in the rear, but in the front, just be a different fork with a lower travel number. That's it. If you want, like, you can do everything in those. I think those are the best all-around bike. That and hardtails. Those are the 2 best hardtails in my opinion. Because hardtails, the only thing that you can do it. It's just not as fun to do downhill, like steep downhill on a hardtail. But it can do it. You just gotta ride a little bit slower and a little bit more patiently. Whereas downhill bikes and enduro bikes, you just go full blast and no one cares. And the bike doesn't care. You know what I mean? And your body's not going to be beat up from it. That's the only reason I like enduro bikes. That's why I want one. It's good at everything. Almost everything. It's not as good at climbing as a cross-country bike, obviously. But it's good. It's way more than good enough. Because I don't like hardtails. Hardtails will be technically the perfect as far as output for uphill. I don't have an expensive bike. I have a Schwinn. One of the Walmart Schwinns right now. I've had really expensive bikes, and they're really fucking nice. But if you want a good starter bike, head into Walmart. Look for an Ozark Trail bike. It's their brand, but the frame is made by another company. And they're legit mountain bikes, man. Like, I probably wouldn't ride them in downhill situations, but I mean, and even like some steep enduro stuff. But I would ride them trail any day of the week. I'd add a couple upgrades, like a dropper post, maybe a new wheel set, and hydraulic brakes, and that's about it, man. They're 1x9, maybe a bigger granny gear on the 1x9 system. I know the 29er has a free hub and not a free wheel, so there's a positive on that too. Which you always, like I said, if you're gonna get a new wheel set, you just choose. Their old standards, their older standards, like 35mm QR type shit. Actually, they're bolt-on axles right now. And I don't mean bolt-on like through axles, they're just axles. But get a 35 QR, decent one, and learn how to ride. You know, learn how to ride a hardtail. It gives you some different technique than this full suspension has. And you can use it on a full suspension. I do recommend them. The pedal efficiency can't be beat. So you're getting all the power you possibly can into the ground when you're climbing them steep ass hills. Most of them come with a lot of lower. It's got a decent 1x system. It's not perfect. I would like to see at least a 40-something tooth. I would at least like to see a 10-speed with a very large, like 50 tooth or 51 tooth. Cog, like 51 to 11, but 10 gears. You know what I mean? That's what I would like to see. Or just a 3x. Sometimes I'd rather with the actual free hub though, not just a 3x that is a freewheel. No freewheel. Get rid of the freewheel. So they're not perfect, like I said. The ones that are on there won't take the beating that my bike will in a couple of weeks. But they'll get you started. You know, you can do more than just ride gravel paths. You can actually go hit some single track. It's pretty steep. I wouldn't be jumping them too hard. Like, I'm not going to be doing a lot of jumps or a lot of like crazy drops that are to flat and things like that. I wouldn't do that on those. You can if you're skilled enough to, but I'd be careful doing it. Smaller ones should be all right, but besides the weight, because they might be heavier. From a cross-country perspective, they're fucking awesome. Put a decent fork on it that isn't that, with some with a lockout for those steeper climbs. Because you climb and you just climb more in cross-country. You know, you just climb more. It has changed a good bit though. It used to be really flat sometimes. Not anymore. Now that's why they have a bike segment called Down Country. Not quite a trail bike, but not quite a cross-country bike. And to be honest, they're not bad. They're not bad on the hardtail end. And if you live in a flat area, hardtail is going to be the way to go anyway. Just to get started, I mean. Obviously, once you're a little bit more in shape cardio-wise and all that, the pedal bob that is pretty much non-existent nowadays in comparison to what it was. But, I mean, it still sucks when you're just like bouncing and pedaling at the same time. It's really not comfortable. Kind of annoying, you know. It is what you get, but if you don't mind it. But if you're in a more flat area, and the ground's pretty smooth and not too bumpy. Although I've done stuff that you would do, that people would do on a trail bike on a hardtail, and people act like you can't. Yeah, really, if you're gonna do like cross country, like hardcore, I would definitely get a better fork. Fork one is probably not bad, but it's spring, it's heavy, a little bit lighter weight fork. Hydraulic brakes for definitely if you're gonna do regular trail riding, like it's steep. bomb seat, but I guess they are light enough now to where you can do it with cross country bikes. I'm not sure what cross country bikes run now. I would assume it's hydraulic, just for the stopping ability alone. But they might be heavy, and maybe some of the top guys don't use that. Maybe they use cable. I don't know. Quavo driven disc brakes, which aren't bad either. They're not bad. They work. They're not as good. There's not as much modulation. You know what I mean? But it works. They work great. People poop on them a lot, but you can't expect people to buy $1,000+ bikes to just get into mountain biking. You know what I mean? It's a dumb idea. Never thought of that. Whoever thought mountain bike? I mean, mountain bikes should be expensive. I'm not saying it shouldn't. Because it's a niche thing. It's really right now. It's really over-engineered. There's a lot of stuff you don't need. Like you don't need a one-by system with a huge 50 to 51 tooth string first gear. You know what I mean? A 3-by system, which is way cheaper, is just as effective. The only difference is that it's less to deal with, and most people don't know how to use. If you can learn that, I'm gonna tell you right now. If you can learn, teach your body, because it becomes muscle reaction after a while. It becomes muscle memory after a while. If you can get your body into shifting both gear sets, front and back, without thinking, dude, you're gonna do very well. Like, it's not hard. It's a little bit of a learning curve. It's nothing crazy, but you know, the best times I've learned with it are on the road. By the way, I know I just got done telling you all I don't like riding on the road, but you know, I do like stuff. But like a lot of the times when you learn stuff, it's just basic stuff that you're doing when you're just pedaling to the scene. Where you're going, like I mean, the parking lot, what they call the parking lot jib, is about just, you know, ready or doing stuff on your bike, having a little bit of fun. And racing's hard. You don't have to race. You always do want to go faster, though. I will say that. You do want to go faster all the time. Doesn't matter. Specifically on downhill, but you always want to go fast. You really do on them. It's so fun. It's fun. Pick something that's outdoors that makes your life fun. Even if it's just like riding dirt bikes and stuff. I want to do that too, but I don't have the space for that right now. I used to do that. I want to do it again. But again, Crydon didn't even have to battle. It's great. Just put him in the box. Let's go Crydon. I didn't even realize he was at 81. Shit, I'll tear. What the hell? These guys, what are they doing here? What the fuck am I doing? Wow, these guys are really high. What did I do? I don't even know. Some of these guys are like level 65 even. Shit like that. Wait, is it raining? What, isn't it just raining? Shit, did I miss it? Wasn't it? I don't know if it was raining. If it was, maybe just because I'm around water. But if it was, I'm very angry at myself because I could have evolved my Slugma. Or Slugoo. I've been waiting for rain. That's what I've been waiting for. God dang it, it's so dumb. Alright. We gotta get you guys up there too. Everybody, even these little boys over here. These little guys over here need to get up there too. Actually, they probably don't. But I do want them to get there. Uh-oh. I had the wrong moveset. Sorry, we'll do some battling with that. It's cool. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been mountain biking. My outlet to go out and do something that is fun. It's starting to go away. This past year, I haven't really mountain biked much at all. Kind of sucks. That's why I'm gonna start riding to work at least. Get some form of bullshit going. Yeah, I'll make a video channel about it. YouTube channel about it. I do like mountain biking. A lot. Like a lot. A fucking shit ton. It's a fun thing to do, man. It really is. Like, I know you can get hurt. I know. I'm becoming old. Everybody's saying, like, I don't feel it. I've never felt old though. Even when I was hurting, I don't feel old. Oh, I do drink a lot of water. I think that's fine. Like too much to be honest. Try to drink a gallon a day while I'm working. And throughout the day, I'll chug a bottle. Or throughout the day on the weekends, I'll grab a bottle and chug. You know? Or, yeah, throughout the day, I'll grab a couple. I do like rocks, man. It's just not strong. Not strong. It's not as strong as everything else. Good coverage, don't need it though. I might though. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, it's been a really annoying to be sitting in the house. That's probably why I've been in such a bad mood. Like, besides all the bullshit going on in the world, which would put anyone in a bad mood, but it's not even that. I think it's just haven't had the physical outlet I like. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like lifting weights, I like doing calisthenics, all that stuff. The problem isn't that. The problem is that I don't want to just do, like, I want to have fun. Like, weightlifting is fun, I enjoy it. Doing calisthenics is fun, I do enjoy it, but I don't enjoy it as much as I enjoy mountain biking. That's just for me to keep mountain biking so I stay in decent shape. And I still do it when I'm mountain biking to get in better shape than I should be. Back in the day, I used to stream Halo. That's changed a lot, though. The Halo sucks now. I didn't have a huge following or anything. I had a couple of regulars, but they were fun. But I deleted that channel because it was just like, whatever. My computer died. I had to buy a new motherboard. I need to buy a new computer, or this computer's gonna die. I'm not that serious. We've got what? We got a year and like 6 months before Windows 10 isn't supported anymore. So my computer will not run Windows 11 because I don't have an AMD Ryzen and above, or an Intel 8th gen and above. I'm running one actually a Haswell processor, which is old. It's almost. It's 10 years old. Time to move on. Get some good hardware again. That's one of the reasons why I haven't been playing PC games too. You know, my PC is like fucked up. But there's no new PC games I want to play. Really, maybe one day I'll get more back into PC gaming. But I just really want to play Pokemon. It's a game that lets me down a little bit sometimes, but like as far as like the releases and all that stuff and what the company does. But it's pretty consistent still in its gameplay. It's pretty consistent in everything else. That's why I like it. That's the reason why I like Halo. It's been consistent up until recently. As far as like how the game actually plays, how it feels. 5 was pretty good. I like the way it felt. I don't like Infinite. I think it's horrible. I think it's one of the worst Halo games ever made. And 5 sucked as far as the story, but the multiplayer was so damn good. People shit on the multiplayer. I'm like, you're fucking crazy. The only multiplayer that I've ever seen that's bad in Halo, I'm not even saying the multiplayer is bad, I just don't like the way the game feels in the new ones. Infinite. But, like, seriously, like, I didn't like Halo 4's movement that well, but the gameplay was fun still. Reach was a little different, but not too much different. To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't do what they should have did, which is made 2 games. They should have made a ODST game that was like a battle royale, and they should have made Halo Infinite with the arena shooter. Pretty fucking simple, bro. That's what I would have done. That's what I would have done. Dead ass. That's what I would have done. Everybody would make fun of me for it, but I wouldn't care because I think it's a good way to go. That's what I think. They should have did that. But then again, the ODST game probably would have been the #1 priority then, and then after launch, so the new game, Infinite, probably wouldn't get shit. Or just have it in the game. Like, have it as a separate multiplayer. But then I feel like nobody would play the popularity of Battle Royale. Nobody would play the arena side. But if they wouldn't do anything to make the arena side better. I think that's what would have happened. Though, too, as well. So. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. And I didn't even play Infinite Story, which is rare. I've played every Halo story. Every video game that's come out that's Halo, I have played. The whole story, too. At least more than once. Halo Wars, Halo Reach, Halo Wars, or Halo 1 through 5, ODST, Wars 2, I think it's in the nah, oh, even the one at Dave and Buster's, or was it? Yeah, it was at Dave and Buster's. The arcade one, Fire Team Raven. I even played the PC version of Halo 1 and 2. Yeah, I've played everything. The PC version of 1 and 2. The remakes of 1 and 2 and the entire Master Chief Collection. The only one I haven't played is literally Halo Infinite. Because I watched because before I decided to buy it, I watched someone play it. And I was like, this isn't Halo. This is like, you can call it a Halo game, but this isn't Halo, the main series. You know what I mean? This is something you want to call Halo that's really just Destiny. Which Destiny and Halo are the same fucking thing, except for one's somewhat open world. Which is fine, but it ends up being a looter and shooter. A looter shooting and looting type game. And that's it. The multiplayer for Destiny is cool and all, but it just seems like every time I hear people talking about it, it just seems more like the playing with other people aspect, which is fine. I love like a co-op setting, but I don't know, it's just not the same. It's just not the same. I get that that's what they were trying to go for with Halo 1, with limited hardware and stuff. You know, the limited technology at the time. They couldn't do that, but you guys never really opened it up until this one. You know what I mean? Let's be real, they didn't really open it up until Infinite. You guys just kept going with the same thing, and the technology to have an open world shooter like that had already existed for years. doesn't make sense to me. That's all I'm saying. And no hate to 343 or any of them, Bungie or any of them. It's just, it's not the same. It's bad. I will say that wholeheartedly. I loved Halo, man. I fucking loved that game. Halo 3. I grinded almost every day, all the fucking time. Halo Reach, same thing. Halo 4, same thing. And Halo 4 was just, the multiplayer wasn't even that good. It was so competitive. And then Halo 5, competitive. And I think Pokemon's going through its slower version of the Halo game, man. I really do. I feel like Gen 6 was the best generation of Pokemon. And I think because of how much money Pokemon made over like Halo, that it is just doing way better. At the slow decline. It's being slower. And they have Pokemon Go to hold, you know, to hold them up. You know what I mean? So maybe things will go back to the way they were. As long as they don't get any worse, I can't really complain too much. Legends is a fucking masterpiece. I need to finish that fucking... Like, that game is a masterpiece. And I haven't finished it yet. And it drives me insane, and I should. But I also started Scarlet before that. So, I want the 9th gen. I already played 8th gen Sword. And I want to finish it too. It's not just, oh, I played it. I will say, even though there's a lot of problems with this game, it's still a decent game. It's still a Pokemon game. You know what I mean? It's still a decent Pokemon game. Frame rate drops suck. The Pokemon this generation are pretty shit. No national decks again since Gen 7, which I always had a problem with that. Everybody complaining about it because their argument's retarded. Well, what about just use? It's like, no, I want the whole fucking Pokedex. Okay, I want the whole fucking Pokedex. I want Professor Oak to show up and give me a fucking medal for having 1,000 and something Pokemon. That's what I fucking want. That's what every Pokemon player wants every fucking time a new game comes out. That's what they want. Period. That's what they fucking want. Get mad at me if you think I'm wrong, but I'm right. Even the ones who don't collect them all want that. For the people who want people to collect them all. It's like if we want good battle mechanics, like I want good battle mechanics for the competitive scene. You know what I mean? I don't want the nuke shit for the battle scene. You know what I mean? The breeding in this game sucks. That might just be an old curmudgeon man just saying that. It might be actually be better. I don't breed often. You should just get Pokemon that I think catch a little rare. I don't feel like waiting for them to pop back up. But yeah, like, to be dead honest, breeding sucks in this game for someone like me. I don't know if it sucks for breeders. You know, Pokemon breeders are a thing. It's a normal thing. There's a whole ecosystem based on breeding and battling and finishing Pokedex and shiny hunting. There's whole ecosystems based. There's whole sub ecosystems based on the Pokemon ecosystem. Got my RNG shit right now. But yeah, it's not fun. The last game I took a shot on that was new, was like actually new, was The Division. And as good as that game was, it could have been. It should the post game is just god awful. Like there was nothing to do. Like we get some rare guns here and there and stuff like that. But like after you beat the story, the multiplayer also just kind of sucks, dude. It's like think of a battle royale, but it's just constantly going. It's kind of like it's like a regular MMO. You know what I mean? Your MMO online area, the MMO, like the MMO, legit MMO area, was just not good. I also don't like the settings, to be fair. I don't like it just to be in a city, but it makes sense why it is just in a city. Because there's not a lot of variation, you know what I mean? It's just city block to city block to city block. This neighborhood has houses, this neighborhood has office buildings, this neighborhood has apartment and office buildings, this neighborhood has this neighborhood has that. Yeah, but it's not enough of a variation to be forever interesting, you know? Like, with arena shooters and even, like, battle royales, you have urban areas, you have wide open areas, you have forested areas, things like that. And that's the way they all should be. And I get that it's a open world shooter that you go into a sub-open world or online play. And if you're not good, dude, you're not going to be good. Like, I wasn't bad, but I wasn't great either. Like, you know what I mean? I was like a middle of the road, dude. It's like I play for fun. I don't expect to have the best gear. I expect to get my ass kicked in here every once in a while. Things like that. You know? I expected it. Like, I genuinely expected it. I didn't expect to win every fight, but it got really old when, like, you know, you're just trying to go in there to finish a daily challenge and you can't. You know what I mean? Just fucking annoying you. That's really what it is. After a while, you just get annoyed. It's like, god damn it. I just want to get this one daily challenge and can I do that and come back without dying. I was playing Rainbow Six Siege too, but I got banned for shooting someone's foot that was through the wall, which has been a glitch in the game forever. And I even had video recorded evidence of it, and they didn't take it. So I'm pretty mad at Ubisoft in general. They make bad games now. They're not good at really anything. Never really have been that good at anything. No, I don't want to set a picnic. I meant to go to items. Actually, I meant to go to Dragonite. Give it an item. But, yeah, I'm just not down with newer games. I'll probably end up doing a small series on games that I miss playing. I haven't played in a while because my PC isn't up and I don't have an Xbox. I like Borderlands. The Halo series, all of it except for 5. I'll have to use an Xbox for that for now. Unless they put it on Master Chief Collection, I haven't been keeping it. Maybe I'll eventually end up playing Halo Infinite on PC. Maybe I'll spend time, you know, doing that kind of stuff. But first, I gotta get a new laptop and desktop to finish these 2 bike projects. Then also do what I gotta do before I can use it. I have a whole games library on Steam, so I have all the Tomb Raider ones. Every single Tomb Raider game, except for the newest ones. I think I missed 1 so far. There might be another one out there I missed. I think I have all of them. I like Tomb Raider. I have all the Borderlands, Elder Scrolls. I have a lot of Elder Scrolls, a lot of Fallout, so I'll probably be doing a lot of that stuff. Eventually. It won't be my main game, but it'll be like, you know, switching it up a bit. Right now, I'm just kind of playing Pokemon. Because when if I'm gonna stream PC games, I need a PC. I'm still gonna use this PC. I'm probably gonna use a capture card for it on, I don't know, one of the stream platforms. Actually, I could probably do it for my new computer for YouTube, so I can shoot in 4K. And for the other ones, I can just do, we'll see. You know what I mean? We'll see. It's not guaranteed, but you know, you gotta do your thing, figure it out. If I can get, it'll only be for a little while though. I'd have to get another one to do that again. Maybe not. We'll see. I might use it for something else. No, I can't because I put Windows 10. It's not supported. Why am I using Aquatail against it? Looks right. My dumbass. Oh, I'm gonna fight the first thing I see. It'll be a luxury. Yeah, I got some plans to do for streaming. I need to stream more often. Everything seems to be running smooth. So maybe I found the magic settings for my PC that's old and decrepit. I need to get a new laptop. I'll probably get the USB capture card for that for a little bit because I do want to be able to do things in the go as well, streaming in the go and shit like that as well. I'm probably gonna have to get a new phone sooner than later. Pokemon Go. I just like the way Pokemon Go runs. I just like the way Pokemon Go runs on my phone, and eventually it's not gonna run like that. I'm not too picky on it though, so maybe not. We'll see. Phones are expensive, and I really don't want to buy another phone. I have a lot too much to update as it is. Plus, I want to get the trucking edition. So. I have a lot of work to do next couple years. I'm gonna keep working at it. If you guys can help me, that'd be great. Share, subscribe, do whatever. Follow, like, thumbs up, wherever you're watching, because it helps. I'm not trying to make money. I wouldn't mind making money. I would never work. I would always work a job, anyways, like a regular job, whether it be on my own or like for my own company or another person's company while doing this. So it'll never be the main source of income, and I'll do it for fun. But if income comes from it, I'm not taking it. It'd be great at it. I know I'd have to do PewDiePie or anything like that, or what's a big video game shit like Asmongold, or fucking do the Tab Man or anything, but. Figure as long as I work my butt off at it and talk about random shit and do stupid shit. The biggest problem with like a lot of these people is they have drama within their own communities. They have other things to talk about that people are interested in. I'm not. I hate when they start talking about that shit. Like, don't get me wrong. Much respect to Dr. Disrespect. Much respect to Tim Tap, man. Nothing wrong with them at all. But the drama shit, when that comes up, it's kind of annoying. I know they don't do it constantly, but it's enough to where it's like, dude, I don't care about this. Just play the game. Like, that's what I want to see. Yeah. Talk about something that you like to talk about, not just drama. I guess it is fun. I will say this. I have, most guys do, every once in a while care about drama, but it's fun. I get why women do it all the time. I get it. Like, dead ass, I get it. That doesn't mean that should be your main content. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be your main content, and it's not for those guys usually. But it's a lot sometimes. I'm like, dude, I don't care about this. Play the game. You know? Like, actually, a lot of the multiplayer playing that I watched was through Dr. Disrespect and Tim the Tatman. The campaign was just random people. I didn't know any of them. And they might be famous in their community, but I don't know them for shit. I don't even know if they're still streaming it, because if they are, it's going to be a slow market now. Ooh, but then again, nowadays, the market for fucking video games, besides your major ones like Fortnite and Call of Duty, it's pretty shit for views, to be honest. Pokemon gets a lot of views because a lot of people care about Pokemon even if they don't play it. Just because if they want to keep up with it, you know, someone who, if they just want to, you know, drop by, check out what's going on with Pokemon. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. I eventually want to make money out of all my hobbies. You know? So, like, I want to get a CNC machine to make, like, car parts. It's not just I want to. It includes this. It'd be a lot. I just like doing stuff and making money while I'm doing it. Like my job right now, I like. But is it great? No. Is it? Is it when I want to? It is it stressful? Yeah, sometimes. But most of the time, it's just that the. Actually, most of the time, it's the economy more than the job. To be honest, for me, it's always been that way. You know what I mean? For me, if the economy isn't doing good, you're not paying me enough. So, I'm dead serious about that too. Like, I'm not. It sucks, but like, calm down, David. Hold on 1 second. This Dragon Watch is just never gonna hit. Fucking hate this game. But anyways, yeah, like I just want to do stuff that I like. Mountain biking, I want to eventually make money off of, whether it's CNC or yeah, I would like to, make my own stems, make my own pedals, make other bike parts, even like spares and bolts that we don't usually like. People don't like, even bikes that aren't even made anymore, or the company's not right anymore. I wouldn't mind supporting them in a specific way. Can't do their frames, but I could definitely CNC like small parts, things like that that nobody has. That there isn't a universal part for, things like that. I want to do that with cars too. You know what I mean? Oh, it just heals? That's annoying. That's fucking stupid. He's still paralyzed, so we healed him. Fucking animals. That's so stupid. Anyways, but yeah, like I want to make money off of the stuff that I do. Everything. Doesn't matter what it is. Everybody does. Especially if they enjoy it, man. Now, is it effective to make money that way? Not always. Depends on what you like doing. You know? And I don't really ask for much money. I just want enough money to keep up with my hobbies. And I have another hobby I want to get into. And it's only because I don't have a lot of money that I can't get into that hobby. It's expensive, which is cars and trucks. Mostly trucks, but I do want a car. Nice car to fuck around with. Nothing crazy, just something to do and work on and wrench on, stuff like that. It would eventually be crazy. It would take me decades to do it, but what I would like to do is have one really awesome off-roader, one diesel, and one diesel truck, and one really awesome off-roader vehicle. And by off-roader, I mean all around, not just speed, not just trail, not just what do they call that? Overlanding, stuff like that. It's gonna be an all-around vehicle. It's not gonna just be a specific type of off-roading. Now, it's not gonna climb rocks as good, but it'll do it the way I need it. I would also like to get into motorsports in general, like trucks, cars, dirt bikes, four-wheelers, all that stuff. You know, I wouldn't mind building a four-wheeler. Getting a four-wheeler and building it up to be awesome. Maybe get two and build one up for mudding, and build one up for just straight fucking speed and agility. That would be fun. What else would be fun? A dirt bike. I wouldn't mind having an electric bike because there's not a lot of, or actually I would say a dual sport dirt bike, the ones that are more dirt bike. Because I would like to dirt bike around. It's not legal because like Maryland has very little off-roading areas, and things like that. There are some. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's none, but there isn't a lot. Most of it's either private property or you're not allowed to do it in that park setting. So I would like to get also an e-bike to practice my dirt bike in, because they are illegal. You just have to be a certain wattage or something. So yeah. Yeah, like a motorcycle, like a dual sport. I'm not into this, like, what they would call crotch rockets or Harleys. I just like the dual sport idea. I just like off-road stuff, really, and a little bit of street, not too much, though. Like, if I had a car, I'd rather make a rally car. I might end up making both eventually, but I'd rather have a rally car than a street car. I mean, it would be legally allowed to be driven on the street, but, like, I'd rather be set up for rally. As in, like, off-road rally. But both. But you'd have to be able to do it all. Just like they do in real life. So, but I would also like a little tuner car. Not necessarily like tuner in the sense of, like, tuner car, little tuner car, like, that could also go as a rally would be nice. But I also wouldn't mind having just a tuner car. A muscle car or something that you tune. Or a tune one. That's what I want. Car tune. A truck to do the same thing. An off-road truck to do the same thing. Or an off. I wouldn't mind having an on-road truck either, depending upon the truck. I had to figure that out. I had to figure out what engines. That's a big boy. Look at this. He's an old big boy. I'm gonna fight the big boy. Anyway. I wouldn't mind having an on-road truck either. Like, specifically, like the, it'd be awesome to have. I'm a Dodge fan, so there's one thing about that. I've always been a Dodge fan. I've always liked their vehicles, specifically their trucks, but I've liked all their sports vehicles for the most part. Like the Challenger, the Charger, all the Chrysler ones too, and Plymouth, when Plymouth was a thing. Yeah, I like all their sports cars. Like I like the Dodge Neon S54, I like the Vipers, I like all that stuff. Actually the Crossfire, was it the Crossfire? Special Crossfire? That thing was pretty neat. Not great, but neat. I keep taking pictures because I'm a dummy. And then it was pretty neat for a little Sportster type car. I liked it. Was it the prettiest? No. Was it neat though? Yeah, I liked it. I also like the Stealth, which is just a Mitsubishi GT3000, or if you live in Japan or other parts of the world, the GTO, Mitsubishi GTO. I like the neon. What else do I like? The Daytona from the '80s, the Shelby Daytona, I think it was called, with a turbo 4-cylinder. It was not horrible. I've always liked their sports packages on their trucks. I love the '90s body style, the '90s and super early 2005 style of the Dodges. I mean, I just love them. The Dodge truck, I just love them. Now, they have had lulls, don't get me wrong. All of them have. The only thing I'd say is Ford and Chevy kept putting out muscle cars, or Dodge took a break for a while. Probably because they couldn't figure out without it costing $1 billion, just like the Viper existed. Because they couldn't figure out a good way to not make it cost a shit ton of money. That's really what happened. And there wasn't a market for it. There's a whole bunch of fucking problems. So, don't get me wrong, I have no problems with really any car company. Like I said, I drive a Ford F-150 right now. 4x4, 95, 4x4, 296. It'd be really fun, I think. I think if I could get a Dodge Dakota, put a Viper V10 in it, with all-wheel drive. Make it all-wheel drive. Make it all-wheel drive. I'd probably say one of the newer Jeeps, or... Yeah, one of the newer Jeeps. I'd probably set it up like a Eclipse. Or not Eclipse. Probably set it up like a Skyline. Where it uses a... Instead of using a center diff, it uses a transfer case. That would be cool. And the one... I saw this guy... I forget the YouTube channel, but I was watching YouTube a couple days ago. I watch everything from car stuff to like Pokemon stuff to not always Pokemon stuff. Usually when it's Pokemon stuff, it's like random glitches I didn't know existed. But like it's mostly like car stuff and mountain biking stuff and dirt biking stuff and all that stuff. That's what I usually watch. I want to watch stuff. Usually it's just, and if I'm watching like and there's podcasts, obviously listen to Amazon stuff and Audible and all that. Yeah. That's my usual listen to is like Audible and then like random podcasts about random shit. Sometimes it's about history, sometimes it's whatever. That's what I usually have playing in the background. Or music, of course. Of course I listen to music. Not on music specifically. But yeah, it would be really fun to just be able to do. I want to work from home eventually. If I can get my really small MSP going, that would be awesome. Because most of the work is done from remote. Now I can get it from home. I'm talking about ignoring customers. Extreme all the time while I'm working. I would have to ignore you guys for a minute every once in a while when they call or whatever. If there's an emergency, things like that, you can cancel streams and shit like that. But I could actually stream during the day and in the evening too. That would be fun sometimes, you know. Especially in winter. Mountain biking's fun, but in the winter it sucks because how early it gets dark. It's not even because of the cold. The cold doesn't bother me at all. The snow doesn't bother me either. I ride in the snow too. It's just the fact that I can't like you can't see even. You can't ride at night all the time. You know what I mean? It's not. It's fun every once in a while, but you can't do it all the time. You can't. And the reason is because if you were to do that all the time, right, you would be very callous to it. You know what I mean? And you can't do trails that are sketchy. Or as sketchy all the time because it's sketchy. But you can, don't get me wrong. But like, I don't wanna. So I'll just say it. Like, I want to ride at night every once in a while. You know, maybe I'll do a whole video on riding at night or whatever. But it's not a preference. My preference would be the best times, in my opinion, to ride is the morning, where the sun comes up, dawn to essentially dusk. Pretty much. I don't mind riding at night. It's just not as fun because you're being a lot more careful. You're not, you know, you have to worry about certain things, especially depending upon where you live. The animals, also not including just the obstacles on the trail, aren't fun to deal with in the dark. Aren't always fun to deal with in the dark, depending upon the obstacle itself. Things like that, you know. It's not exactly the best thing to do at night. I actually don't recommend people who are new to mountain biking. I actually don't recommend them to ride a trail at night until you at least have 6 months of practice on a trail, and you're legally allowed to do it. Because some places close it up. I know usually they'll just let you go if you want to chance it. The longest battle ever. I'm just gonna keep using Thunder Wave until I run out. It's not gonna use Struggle. Good job. But but yeah, we'll see. I do want to do stuff that revolves around video games, mountain biking, and stuff like that. They'll obviously be different channels. But I do want to get some stuff going. Eventually. I do have a GoPro, but I might have to get a new one. I have an 8. Which means I might sell it for cheap. Make some extra money back. Yeah, but it batteries. My batteries are dead. I think the SD cards are fine. But the new one takes a 1 terabyte SD card. That's what I was looking for. Waiting for the next upgrade. And it does it. So I bought that one because it had like live streaming and stuff ability. Even though I never used it. I might one day. Maybe when I'm doing a build on a bike. From it. That'll be fun. And mine's a cheap piece of crap. I need a new mountain bike, but right now I'm just replacing the parts that I got. Or that'll work with it. Now I'm gonna build something pretty nice. Eventually, I'm gonna fix the stuff that I have now. I'm already doing one upgrade, which is a 1x12 in the rear gearing, the drivetrain, 1x12, or a single speed, 12 speed, single 12 speed, yeah, 12 speed. With some better rims and hubs. Eventually tires. Same with the front, with the rim and the hub. I want to get a dropper post, which I do miss. Dropper post, I miss it a lot. And then I want to get a new fork, I think, or new brakes and a dropper post and a new fork. It's gonna be, a long time coming before I'm finished that thing. Maybe I'll put some money to the side and buy an Enduro eventually. It'll be fun. What do I have left? 6. It's gonna take forever. Just get this little bit of HP out of here. You know what I mean? It's funny though. Just keep going. Keep going until you struggle with Dragonite. Keep going. You gotta beat him. You gotta beat him with Thunder Wave, you retard. Just start screaming at him. That'd be hilarious. Come on, what are you doing? Why can't you hurt him with it? Oh god, he goes like a phone. You're gonna die. Not really. Come on, you can handle this, bro. You can handle this. You got 3 more times to use it. On the 4th turn, you'll be able to do a struggle and beat him. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Just go though. Will he survive the struggle? That's the question. Will he survive the struggle? He probably will. Yes, I will waste all the PPs just so I can use struggle. Alright. Let's get Dragonite some PP. Let's go heal up Dragonite. Mostly because she needs PP. This is my Dragonite is a girl. It's very weird to say. It's weird to say either way. Yes, I know. Sometimes I have the fucking humor of a 10-year-old. Every guy does. It's funny sometimes. It's fun. It's the whole point. You gotta have some fun while you're doing stuff. Why do it if you're not having fun? There's things that you have to do that's not fun, but why do it if it's not? But why do anything else if it's not fun? Something of leisure, I should say. Like this. If I get a CNC machine, I like to make parts of bikes. I would like to make modding stuff for consoles, just body pieces, buttons, keyboard keys, and keyboard bodies. Maybe laptop bodies and stuff like that. That'd be cool too. Maybe a PC case. Maybe I'll do a PC case one day. That'd be cool. That's why I also want to learn how to weld, just so I can work on trucks and cars and stuff, dude. I don't have to worry about, everything. You know what I mean? I just like doing stuff. That's really what it comes down to. There's just stuff I like to do, and I would like to, if I get good enough at it, I would like to make a channel off of it. Pokemon. Everybody knows my deal with Pokemon. I just like to collect them all. I like to play through both games, both versions of the game. So Scarlet and Violet and Shield. I play the Arceus Legends. I would like to see, which nobody apparently wants. I would like to see a Pokemon Ranger come back. I haven't played one of those in a long time. I'd like to see Pokemon Snap to come back. I should get that. I have a lot to play through, so I have to finish this shit up. And then I got this game up. Then I gotta finish Arceus Legends. Then I'll probably finish Sword and Shield. I do need Sword or Shield. I need Shield. I haven't played that yet. And I have Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. We'll probably do that too. Hopefully we can do all of that before Arceus Legends ZA. That'd be fun. So, but I need to stream more consistently. I'll probably be streaming more consistently. It's a good outlet to just chill. Hopefully talk to somebody fun. Or you can listen to me be a retard, which is always fun too. I don't actually think I'm a retard. I'm not. I do say retarded shit sometimes though. Just for fun, just to see what happens. Like, I have everybody at work believing. I don't know how they believe this, because I told them too. I'm just saying it because it's funny. Believing that some of the people at work think I believe Australia isn't real. Because when you look at it on paper, right? I was thinking about this one day. It's a place where all the big stuff doesn't hurt you, but all the little things do. They kill you. They don't just hurt you, they kill you. Like, I would say the only big thing that really, really, really hurts people on a normal basis, that could hurt people on a normal basis, is a big kangaroo. I mean, I'm sure there's some snakes out there that are pretty big, that are poisonous or venomous or whatever. But dude, think about it, right? You have this area in which you're not allowed to use, well, not everybody's allowed to own a gun, right? It's really hard to get a gun, at least from what I've heard. I'm not sure if this is true. I don't live in Australia. It's really hard to get a gun, but there's a bunch of animals that can kill you. They have giant-ass spiders that don't kill you. They're just creepy. Right? Like they don't attack people. They're not poisonous. They're venomous. They're not venomous. They have poisonous plants. They have venomous octopi that are cute little, that people find cute. I don't think they're cute. I think they're just octopuses. Octopuses are weird in a good way. And they have like the platypus. What the fuck is that, man? That's not an animal. Like, come on. They have giant lizards that'll eat you. That swim in the rivers. Come on, man. It doesn't sound real on paper. It just doesn't. You know, I'm not trying to shit on Australia. It just doesn't sound like a real place. They have also ward of birds. Like, it just doesn't sound like a real place. It doesn't sound real. It just doesn't. Like, when you look at it on paper. Like, if you were an alien, never been to this planet before, and I write the attributes to Australia, both good and weird and bad, right? Aliens would not think it was real. They wouldn't. There's no way they could think that. Right? Like, if we went to an alien space, because they might not be as advanced as we are. So if we ever went somewhere and there was aliens there and we told them about Australia, there's no way they would believe us. They would think it was some mythical tale. Meanwhile, there's Australians just chilling in Australia right now. They would think it was a mythical tale. They really would. That's not real. Yeah, it is. It's a real place. You can go visit it right now. Take you to the Earth and you can visit it. It'd be hilarious. But yeah, I like just saying random dumb shit all the time. It's just fun. You get to see people's reactions. It's so great. I'm never serious about any of it. People take me seriously. I guess this is the way I say it. I was like, well, Australia's not real. I never say it like I'm just talking about anything. What do you mean Australia? Australia's not real. It's it's fake, dude. Don't even say it's fake. I've always said, to be fair to them, I've always said it's not real. I've never said the words, it is fake. I've always said the scenario I just said. If you write down on paper, Australia doesn't sound real. Right? So, this isn't a diss on Australia. It's just, I make fun of, I just say stupid shit sometimes just to get people riled up. Sometimes I say dumb shit just to listen to people bitch about it. It is the stupidest fucking thing I ever heard. I know, that's why I said it. That's probably why they think I'm actually dumb. And then when I do something like ridiculous, they're like, how did you know how to do that? It's like, because I'm not retarded. I just say dumb things just to see people's reactions. Although sometimes I say things and they're like, I never thought about it that way. I'm like, yep, because I just have a completely different view than a lot of people. Like one of my coworkers, they weren't, I wouldn't say they were feminist, but I have a real bent with feminism. It's not because of the recent version of feminism or whatever. No, I've always had a bent with feminism. Always. And the reason I've always had this bent is because it's not what they say they are. First off, the ideology was based off of socialism and eugenics. Second off, it's always been about female superiority, not their equality or equity. Never has been. It's always been about superiority. And they do it from 0 point theory, which they don't actually tell the truth about the past. What they don't tell you is that like most women had a pretty good lives for the most part. You know, most normal women had pretty good lives for the most part out of the time of their life, as long as they didn't get like wrapped up in some crazy shit. If they, you know, grew up, got married at like 20 or even earlier, you know, different times, different ages, because you know, you used to die early. You would live a pretty decent life. You might have to work. It might be hard to have kids, you know, and it might be more life-threatening back then. But we had it pretty good at that point in time, where we had babies being born normally without too many deaths, and some deaths from sickness or something like that, but not deaths from the birth itself, things like that. And they kind of fucked it up by pretty much lying to everybody and not doing anything that is really just. Because there's a lot of people who get fucked over about feminism, including females. You know, I watch a lot of my friends growing up who always wanted to be just, you know, friends with friends and friends with my girlfriends and stuff like that, who just wanted to grow up and be a mother. Stay-at-home mom, not because they're lazy, because that's what they want to do. They just want to take care of kids and take care of their kids, take care of their husband when they have a husband and all that. They just kind of got fucked, you know, because of feminism. Everybody treated them like shit. All this other shit. But meanwhile, a lot of the feminists from when I was a kid aren't fucking working. Have a man taking care of them. They don't have to work. Things like that. It's kind of fucking disgusting. You know? It's like you're just a luxury ideal. It's a luxury. I mean, Pokemon's a luxury, streaming is a luxury, but like it's a luxury ideal. The reality is that there is no feminism when you're war. When China decides to knock on the door, when Russia decides to kick in the door. You know what I mean? There is no fucking feminism there. For the 99% of women, there isn't. It's probably, I mean, you tell these people you go do what they say, you know, and they get mad at you. Look at communism and socialism. Everybody says about this communist in America, and there's a lot of people who leave because you're up all day doing everything, and you go to bed late. It's just like living on a farm because you got a farm. You know what I mean? And people act like that isn't the case, but that's the case. You gotta start somewhere as a civilization, whether it's communist or not, right? I mean, even the Pilgrims of Plymouth tried. It wasn't communism, but a similar thing to communism. It wasn't straight communism, but a similar thing, and they realized nothing was working that way. So they had to figure out a way how to control that stuff. It's kind of crazy when I sit here and listen to communists and socialists. And Nazis and everything like that. Nazis are left wing, by the way. Don't ever let anyone tell you they're right wing. It's fucking bullshit. All these, ideas of how a government should be run. First off, anyone who doesn't work and tells you a government should be run a certain way should not be able to tell you. Should not be able to. You shouldn't listen. Like the guy who made communism didn't work. Think about that for a minute. Think about it for a minute. It's fucking stupid. It's because they were philosophers. That's what philosophers do. They think. He wasn't a philosopher. He was planning out an economic system. What the fuck are you talking about? He didn't come from the philosophy standpoint. He came from the economic standpoint. If you read, you're right. There's no philosophy behind it besides good thing, good, helping people good, making sure people could eat are good, not having government good. Well, yeah, I agree with the government part, but like, and helping people, but not everybody needs to be helped. It always seems that all these communist and socialist countries, they help the people that don't need it. That's why I think we live in a socialism. I personally think that. It's no different. Socialism is the same as it's always been. The super poor gets some help. The super rich get help. The middle class gets fucked. It's literally what socialism is. Everybody wants to argue with me. Well, you could do this. Like, you can do that in a socialism. Like, you can do that. Everything you just said, you can do in a socialism. Socialism, the means of production. Yeah, how are you planning on doing that? You're being distributed equally. The companies can do it. How would you enforce that, though? The government. It's like, but why? So the government will enforce this law, right? And they're like, yeah. I was like, well, why can't they go overboard? They've gone overboard in every other law. So I want to hear it. No, they won't. They won't do that. They're already fucking doing it, bro. All these people bitch about inequality, wealth gaps, inequality, all this other shit. It's like, dude, you guys are selling us. You guys sold us on the socialist dream. We are a socialist country, and you're bitching about it still. No, I don't mean taxes as socialism. No, what I'm saying is that literally everybody of importance to whatever the government says is important gets free shit. But the people who don't need it to live and the people who don't need it to have businesses get fucked. They get fucked. It's one of the reasons why I don't like Elon. Everybody's all hyped on Elon Musk on the right, left, everywhere. On the right and the free speech camp. I'm like, dude, first off, it's not real. Second off, he literally works for the government. He works for the government. Now, I'm not saying he's going to do anything necessarily bad, but he did bring back that stupid fucking misgendering thing. From the left's perspective, I should say. Misgendering from the left's perspective, not just misgendering. Because misgendering from the right wing's perspective is when you call a guy a girl, not when you call a guy a guy. Like that's what they want. Not what I want. Misgendering isn't the same. If not, they better change the name, because like it's kind of funny that they're like, you're misgendering the person. It's like, no, I'm not. You are. That's what they're doing. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. That's what they did. That is exactly what they did. Like, you can't have the right wing opinion of what gender is. Okay. But why? You're not telling me any real reason. Did I get rid of all of his moves? I know, I want to go heal him. Oh, I sure got paralyzed. I don't know. I just think people should be able to do with what they want within reason. Not fuck shit up. Not do anything stupid. To fuck over other people. I mean, I feel like government's the only way to do that. It's like, no, it's not, dude. You can enforce that shit yourself. Like, let's just say, right? Alright, you own a business, right? And it's really expensive stuff. Let's say you do car repair. Let's say you're a mechanic. And you fix a dude's car, or you fix a dude's car, or you think you fixed a dude's car, but you didn't, or something else deeper wrong with it. But you're the one who broke it. The person's gonna have a problem with that. They're probably not gonna come back, and they're probably gonna go to a different mechanic, right? Or tech, or whatever you want to call them. Not. I know some people have a problem with that. I don't. Mechanics are mechanics to me. To me, you know what a mechanic is? This is what a mechanic is to me. When I say mechanic, it's a auto mechanic, meaning they work on vehicles such as cars, trucks, tractors, and construction equipment. That's what a mechanic is for me. All right, it might be different for everybody else. I know there's different kinds of mechanics stuff. Like my grandfather on my dad's side was oil burner. That was literally his title. He dealt with oil burning furnaces and shit. So, yeah. I know there's a mechanic. But when I think mechanic, I think of auto mechanic. Automobile mechanic. Heavy machinery. I don't consider other mechanic when I say the word mechanic by itself. It's like an oil burner mechanic or something like that. Or, some other kind of mechanic that exists. I would say, like, if you're a robot, mechanic, I would call you a robot mechanic. I wouldn't call you a mechanic. I guess it's just because the way I was raised. Or motorcycles, too, I guess. You're a mechanic if you work on it. I tell you, you're a mechanic if you work on a bicycle. You work on bicycles for a living. So, you're just a bicycle mechanic, but I would say anything with wheels or tracks, mostly. I know there's heavy machinery like generators and stuff. Heavy machinery. I get it. But you kind of get what I'm saying. And, yeah, it's not... I don't know what the hell I was going to say. I was going to say something, but I don't remember. What can we do here? I use Dragon Rush. By the way, mechanics need to make a comeback, man. Fuck this electric car shit. Fuck that shit. That shit's gay. Sorry. Any electric stuff? I can deal with an electric bicycle for disabled people or people who want to get in shape that don't have the ability to get in shape easily on a bike. You know what I mean? Like they're really, really heavy. climbing hills just isn't an option. Things like that. But like, I don't like electric dirt bikes. I don't like electric motorcycles. I don't like electric cars. I don't like electric trucks. I think they're all gay. They're gay. I'm gonna say it again. They're gay. They're fucking gay. I hate them. They sound dumb. They're just fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Be mad at me. Teslas suck. Alright? They're not cool. They keep trying to make them cool, but they're not fucking cool. Like, they're for dorks. Look, I'm not even an Andrew Tate fan. I do agree with him on that statement. I've heard him say that like 3 times in shorts. In like some kind of short form content or in some kind of, talking way. Fucking electric cars are for fucking dorks. Alright, they are. Like, stop. It's just an oversized RC car. I get it. You're just a fucking dork, and that's fine. That's fine. But don't act like everybody else wants to be a fucking dork. Okay? Because that's what's going on. Like, most guys don't want to be a dork in that sense. Alright? Like, most guys don't. They just want a cool car. I don't find Teslas cool. They're dumb looking, all of them. They have zero fucking. They weigh. They're just fucking bad. I don't like them. I think they're dumb. I think they're fucking stupid. Okay, the trucks, just the same thing. Fucking stupid. Okay. Get mad at me if you want. They're gay. Alright, they're just fucking gay. You're a fucking dork. We get it. That's a whole other thing I hate now. Like, when I was, like, this started happening towards the end of the late 2000s. We're fucking nerds became cool. Like, dude, there's a difference between being a nerd and just being someone who's good at a specific computer thing or some kind of whatever they used to call nerdy. Like, motherfucker, I'm tired of nerds. I am. Like, genuinely, I'm fucking sick of them. Like, I was never, like, I guess you could call me a nerd about things, but you couldn't really, like, I always talk to people. I always had decent conversations. I always talk about random shit. Like, it's fun. But, like, people are just fucking dorks, dude. People are nerds. And people just need to own up to them being a nerd and stop worrying about fucking electric cars. I'm not saying don't make them, but, like, stop trying to push that shit on everybody else. That's dork shit. That's what that is. You're a nerdy dork shithead. That's what you are. Climate change isn't real. Get the fuck over that. Well, correction, their version of climate change isn't real. You know, the one that's natural, that makes fucking sense is real. You know, the one that's been happening since the beginning of the planet. Like, eventually, yes, we too will die from probably an ice age. Might not be us, like the people who live on the planet right now. But yeah, like, it's gonna happen. It's either gonna be the sun gets us or an ice age. Or an ice age happens. Or like a comet falls out of the sky. This is the only way people are leaving. Alright? You know? And world ending shit. It's the only way. It's the only way. Or some disease or something. Like, it's gonna be something crazy. It's not gonna be something simple. Like, it's just gonna be like some like catastrophe that literally is world ending. Like, the planet Earth isn't the same. Like, not the same. I mean, isn't even like it gets like things just disappear. Like, I'm serious about this. Like, this isn't like a comet that gets from the atmosphere. Nuclear holocaust. What else? I mean, some weird disease, some weird fungus. So I'm not saying zombies. Something like that. It's never gonna be something like a war, a nuclear holocaust. I guess would be probably a war, but not necessarily. I feel like if that's gonna happen, it's gonna happen via some dictator saying "fuck it, I'm done," so with everybody else on the fucking planet. That's what I think is gonna happen. If it's gonna be a nuclear war, I don't think it's gonna actually be a war. Like no one's gonna be out. You know what I mean? Some dictator or some fucking stupid government asshole. That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna happen. That's how it's gonna happen if it's gonna be a nuclear thing. But or like a super volcano or something like that that blows up the fucking planet, whatever. We can't live here anymore. Things like that. It's gonna be super hyper catastrophes. I guess you would say. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, there's a monkey. But yeah, like, it's never gonna be it's gonna be something simple. It's never gonna be anything that complex that ends the world. I know that sounds dumb, but it's kind of the truth. Like, for real. Or the end of the human race. Human species. That's how it will happen. It won't happen from some stupid fucking, like, war. What's stopping a dictator from them shooting nukes at us right now? Like on his dying bed, right? Right? You know what I mean? That's how it's gonna happen. Again, if it's a nuclear holocaust. Or it could be just Spynet, which is, catastrophizing. Spynet becomes its own thing, starts killing everything that isn't itself. Wins. It's gonna be shit like that. It's never gonna be something overly complex like a World War III. There's a reason why any of the wars happened, including World War I and II. Two wars that I would argue we shouldn't have been in. At least as Americans. I know I don't care about Europe. We fought a war 240 something years ago to not care about that side of the planet anymore. That's what we did. Like, and for some fucking reason, we're over there trying to save people. No. Stop. I'm kind of tired of like Europe and Canada and all that pretty much relying on quote-unquote NATO, which is relying on the United States to exist, to have their military pretty much supplemented by NATO. It's really fucking annoying. Like, build your own fucking army. Defend your own fucking country. But then again, nobody wants to join these countries' militaries because they're woke or whatever you want to call it. They're retarded. That's what I call it. They're fucking retarded. So they're acting like women can do the same shit men can do. And they're acting like fucking, the world doesn't revolve around a force principle. Shit like that. Like, dude, everything's about force. The rears of women get their rights from men. Men wanted to completely strip every woman on the planet of their rights. It wouldn't take that much time. And women nor normal or lefty people think this. Like you can even give them a hypothetical. Let's say all the guys said, "Fuck it, we're done." Right? We're taking over the country because we're not happy about our plate in our plate in life. We're single. We're not. We're the only way to get a decent woman is to even go somewhere else or scrounge the U.S., travel the U.S. as much as possible until you happen to find a decent woman who isn't gonna treat you like shit because blah 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 blah, or leave you because they want your money. It's getting close to here. It was getting that close, dude. I mean, imagine if let's just say this would never happen. Let's just say they legalize paternity tests in all 50 states. Like they have to be happen when the baby's born. But everyone already who has kids has to also do this, right? Do you know how much of a civil fucking war we would have? We would literally have a civil war. I don't know what the numbers are, but from the ones who do get tested, I was to guess it'd probably be around. It probably would be around 30%, if not more, with the way the world is today. Like, I'm not for, this kind of crazy shit. I do believe in the family. I do believe in all of that. Because it seems to not be working when we don't have those things. When we're just letting divorces happen. When we're just like, society breaks down, it seems. I mean, I wasn't here before no fault divorce, but what it seems is that everything everybody complains about with divorce from the past seems to be complaints guys have about women just leaving because they're bored. Like, it's like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, is life always supposed to be exciting? Like, always? Like, nah, dude, you go through bored periods of your life. You do. If I look back, this past year has been very boring for me. Gotten a little more exciting more recently, but, like, if I look from, like, I'd say January of 2023 to about December of 2023. The beginning of December. Nothing really happened exciting in my life. Nothing really exciting happened. Like, people I'm like, what do you mean exciting? Like, life isn't supposed to be exciting all the time. Life isn't supposed to be fun all the time. Like, you have to do things you don't like to do. You don't want to do. You know what I mean? And they act like that for everything else. It's only the case for things that you need to live. Some people's plate in life, where they're at, doesn't afford them to do whatever the fuck they want, because it's the saying you can do whatever the fuck you want is mostly just the rich do whatever the fuck you want. They can pay enough money to get the fuck out of it. That's just reality. Like Donald Trump said, and he's right, and and he was making his fucking point. He'd kill someone on whatever fucking street he said. No one would bat an eye. He's correct. His votes wouldn't change. His fan base wouldn't change. The same goes for the other side, though. I'm not shitting on Trump for that. I think he's hilarious. When he said it, I was like, no, he's right. He was famous before, too. Like, people forget that. I don't think he's as bad as the rest of the government, but he's pretty fucking. He was good in the economy. Horrible with gun laws. Let's just ban bump stocks. Why? Because some guy in Las Vegas had bump stocks on his M16. M16s don't need bump stocks. 3-round bursts. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm at the AR-15. It's like, okay. And We killed a whole bunch of people from a skyscraper. I was like, most people could kill a whole bunch of people from a skyscraper with any gun. So, with any rifle. Especially when you're shooting into crowds of people. Like, that's shooting fish in a barrel. Even without any optics, you would be able to do it. Like with just iron sights. And you knew your relative curve and all that. Yeah, you could do that easily. Like how the bullet flies and all that shit. How your rounds fly normally and all that. It wouldn't even be hard. Just fire off into the abyss and the bullet will eventually hit it. Hit the person. You might not see it, you might be barely be able to see it. He didn't even need optics for that, because it was right below his thing and you just had to shoot down into the crowd. All you had to do was shoot until you ran out of ammo, reload, and shoot again. What they could do in a giant crowd like that. Everybody made it sound like it was some kind of like crazy idea. It's like, well, first off, I don't know what happened there, but it's very sketchy. I don't even believe it was like it was a real mass shooting, but I think it was the government thing. To be completely fucking honest, because we never heard about it after that. We never heard about Las Vegas ever fucked again. The news or any of that, you know. I mean, shit. To this day, we still have shit on 9/11 on the news. You know what I mean? Whenever 9/11 comes around, we don't forget. Interesting. People still do the Columbine thing. Not everybody. People still do it. There used to be a Columbine thing for a while after Columbine happened. No one does it anymore. Really, it just wasn't as important as everything else. Let's just be honest about that. They want the guns away from you because they know they can control you when you have guns. They can't take complete and total control. There's as much people like to say, well, they have M16, they have all these weapons, F-16s, like they have jets, they have tanks. It's like, yeah, you're right, we do. We have those things right now. Government does, and they still lost that thing. Like, explain this to me. To a bunch of inbred Muslim fucking people. Nothing wrong with Muslim people, but to a bunch of inbred Muslim fucking people and got their asses kicked. And they were just had shitty rocket launchers and fucking with some support from Iran and whatnot for money to do those things or to give them those guns. So it's just stupid. It's fucking dumb. And the guys don't want to join the military anymore because they treat guys everywhere. Even the military used to be, if you were in the military, you were seen as an upstanding citizen. As long as you got in the military, did your time, and came back out. And there was no like, obviously you're not doing bullshit. You know, like robbing people afterwards. Just living a normal life. And it used to be an upstanding, like a good thing. People used to want to be that. People used to want to be looked up to like that. And now you can't not because of the wars themselves, but because they lied about it. Not taken seriously anymore. You know? Now nobody wants to be a player, especially guys in the South. The North treats them like shit. The North treats them like shit. And by North, I mean like Virginia and up, not Pennsylvania and up. Because the North ones, they get most of the ground between here and Florida. But yeah, and they still treat a whole section of the country like shit over a war that happened almost 200 years ago. None of those people were there are people who have met in the North have never met a Southerner and think they're like the worst fucking thing on the face of the planet. I'm dead serious. And rural people, any rural people, whether it be the South, any rural area they're talking about. Now they're talking about any rural area. They're all pieces of shit. What the hell is down there? Because they're inbred redneck hillbillies, and they're really not usually. They actually know their family lineage better than most people, so they don't get redneck hillbilly bitches. I mean, West Virginia left the fucking South because of that, and they treat West Virginia like shit. It's always the inbred state because of one really inbred family. It's all because of this and that and this and that. That isn't true, usually, actually. Most people who live in the Appalachians now, their family didn't live in the Appalachians before. Very few actual Appalachians. And I mean before, like, the mines and shit. And coal mines and all that. But even then, these motherfuckers know their land and lineage for generations. Oh, I think it's a bad thing. I can't stand that. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do that shit because I want to know more about my family's history. And I don't want people. That's why I'm telling me and my son we're starting it. Me and my son to start journal. Like I started like our own journal, like just journaling things that we did and our thoughts, and how we think about different things. Because it makes sense to have something of yourself back that people can read. They can kind of get to know you. You know what I mean? And yeah, I know there's extreme accidents and stuff like that happen all the time. That's where a lot of stuff got ruined. But you should try. You know, I think everybody should be. Every guy who has a. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're left, right, center, retarded, not retarded, genius, not a genius, normal fucking IQ person. Start writing your stuff down. Start writing bits of your life down, bits of you, yourself down. While journaling. Because I think it's good to have some kind of connection to where your family came. You know? I know some stuff about my family. Like, I know the family tree is a thing. I need to read more on that. I need to figure all that shit out. And then I gotta talk about it in my journal. You know, that's another thing. You gotta talk about it in someone else's journal too. About someone else's journal too. After you know I pass on this, and realize different things. Pass down knowledge generation. Or look at something a little bit differently. Maybe it changes his fucking mind. Just pass it down generation by generation. Like, and your kin can evolve your ideals if y'all can agree with each other. You know? I think that's the biggest problem. We don't know enough about our history. We might have known our grandparents, you know. I knew my great-grandparents a little bit. I don't know enough about them. I don't know that much about them. Some of my great-grandparents, I should say, not all of them. But yeah, that's a reality. Like, I think that will help. What the fuck do I know, right? But yeah, it's very important. I think guys should do it specifically to their sons because to me that's important. That father-son connection past even his death. I think that should be really useful, important shit. You know what I mean? I forgot I had struggled on. I should have gone. I can go get some PP for my Hydrigo. But God, that sounded so fucking bad. What is wrong with me? Worst part is you get it from Nurse Joy. Ew. Trainy dick. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh my god, that's horrible. What is wrong with me? You know what I do miss? So I miss the days of the... And everybody says it's because of nostalgia or whatever. It's like, no, I actually do miss this. Like, there's things that I actually miss because they brought a lot of joy to my life. You know what I mean? Like, it's so sad nowadays because, like, you never want to meet your heroes. Now, these guys weren't my heroes, but I did enjoy watching their stuff from the Jackass crew. There's two crews, technically. There's the Jackass crew and the CKY crew. The CKY crew is the side of Dan Margera. He was the ringleader on that side and the ringleader on the Hollywood side, which we'll call it the PA side. And then we'll call the Hollywood side with Johnny Knoxville, Wee Man, and Mike, are all from Hollywood. Johnny Knoxville went to them because he saw their videos and said we should make a show out of this. He somehow got in contact with MTV to get the show going. CKYs were already being made before then. So, that was a fun thing to watch. And nobody does that shit anymore. And I'm wondering why. Did it fall out of fashion, or is it that it's not acceptable anymore? You know. But then again, maybe it's just because of them. Those guys. They're the ones who did it first, and there's just certain things you can only do it once. You know what I mean? Maybe it was just electric in a bottle. You know, lightning in a bottle kind of thing. But, like, I miss that kind of stuff. I miss old videos that were ridiculous for no reason. I miss things like What Star Runner and stuff like that. Like, that part of the internet's gone. It can never come back. And it's kind of sad. And media. Internet and media. I mean, the games. Everything. Everything about my life as far as, like, media has been so much fun since I was a kid, and recently it hasn't been fun, and I'm wondering if there was a period before this that was like this. In the media sphere. Like, I don't really know too many good books that have come out. That are going to be talked. Like, yeah, there were some, but now not so much. Like, you had Harry Potter, you had for kids, you had Captain Underpants and what the hell is that one? something bully, or I forget what it's called. Yeah, there's a couple of shows, same thing, but there hasn't been like, I would say since 2013, there hasn't been like anything amazing out there. My son even said it to me. He's like, there's no cartoons in my generation that are iconic that came from the time frame of our generation. He's like, there's only all the iconic cartoons were already iconic. You know what I mean? Like for us in the U.S., we're just gonna go with the U.S. There was a few shows that every guy watched. There's a few shows that every girl watched. You know what I mean? There's a few shows everyone knew about. And I wonder why that is. It's very weird. I mean, really, the only movies I probably would watch are the dumb fucking movies like Fast and the Furious and shit, because at least it's entertaining to watch the things that are happening. Whereas a lot of movies nowadays, they're just not even entertaining. There's been a few, don't get me wrong, but like there used to be like one or two a year, usually one in the adult realm or older person realm, and one in the kids realm. You know what I mean? I mean, people were just putting out bangers after bangers after bangers, and I wonder if it's because after a while you just can't do that. You know what I mean? Whether it be music, whether it be fucking, it's been a while. I haven't heard much creativity in the past, probably close to 10 years. I mean, creativity has died. I mean, I can't think of a game, an original game that succeeded that didn't already have prequel, like any of them. You know, it's kind of crazy. You know, I'm thinking about it. Like old stuff only does like stuff that already existed but has transformed with the time is things that obviously last long. Like Call of Duty, right? Call of Duty's been around since what, the early 2000s? Yeah, somewhere around there, right? Maybe even earlier that I don't know about. Cause I wasn't really old enough to care about war games. You know? Maybe even earlier. But like when I think about it, some of the best games are the ones that never did change with the time. You know what I mean? Or I did very little changing for the time. Like Halo was great up until the last game. I would say the story for 5 is bad, but the mechanics worked the same. Everything worked the way it was supposed to. But now it doesn't even feel like the same game. You know? And it goes to show with this last game that quite literally everything everybody asked for, which was games as a service, kind of mentality like Fortnite, but just arena shooter. You can't just keep hoping that's just gonna be the case, you know. I mean, CS:GO, or whatever it's called now, CS2, Counter-Strike 2, or whatever, right? It's been the same for fucking ever. Still one of the biggest games. You know, it's just kind of crazy. Like, there's no icon games I can think of for the past almost 10 years. I can think of really bad games that came out in the last 10 years. Lots of them. Most of them, actually. Like, most games aren't even good anymore. It's sad, too. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy that that's the way it is. Someone said I was getting older and I was just getting out of video games. Like, maybe, but why do I like to play the old ones? Like regularly, you know? Like regularly, sorry. Like, I'd rather play Pokemon most of the time than I play anything else. You know? Halo, so I think I'd rather play old Halo. I haven't played Halo in a while. I have to get back into it. Get good again. I do want to play Power World. I should do that, actually. Like, straight up, dude. Kind of crazy I haven't yet, actually. So, I do want to play that. That'd be fun. Maybe play some emulators, play some Pokemon Rangers and stuff like that every once in a while. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. Zelda. Zelda game hasn't really, like, it's changed, but it hasn't changed so much where I don't like it. The biggest change was the 3D change, right? And then after that, no, it hasn't really changed. I mean, there's different things. Yeah, I get it. But excuse me. There's different things. Yeah, I get it, but it's mostly the same. You know, same premise. A little bit different. So you can save the world either way. Save the princess in the world at the same time. But yeah, it's kind of crazy though. Because every guy likes that kind of thing, man. Every guy wants to be the guy, you know? He wants to be the Link. He wants to be the Master Chief. He wants to be like that guy to a point. Like, you want to have the characteristics of that guy. Which I can just work with, become that way, but then again, you know, with Halo, it's kind of hard to do that because, well, you went through augmentations, but they want to be the quiet guy in the room and just kind of be left alone and not fucked with. That's why it becomes so intimidating. Fucked with, right? So they want to be that guy, and the reason they want to be that guy is because they don't want to deal with bullshit. If people act like guys are like some kind of like weird, crazy, super hyper thing. In reality, most of us just want to be left fucking alone and not bothered. Be around people we want to be around. That's about it. That's what we want. Most guys are like that. I mean, some want nice things and things of that nature. But like, the majority of it is just, can you just leave me alone and do my thing? You know? I don't want this law. It's stupid because I can't like do this thing that I want to do. And it's stupid that we can't do it. Like, it's just no reason to be dumb fucking law. You know what I mean? It's the whole rebellious kind of leave me alone thing. It's a like a leave me alone, but rebellious. Leave me alone. In the sense, like, we want you to leave us alone, but we also want to do things that are illegal and stupid. Not necessarily things are stupid, but it's the fact that they're illegal is stupid. To our line of thinking. I just want to see the most interesting and do the most interesting things that I like to do. That's really all I want to do. Hang out with my kids, hang out with my family, hang out with friends while doing those interesting things. Or just doing fun things like going tubing in the river. That's fun, right? You could fucking lay around in the water, get some sun if you like the sun. I like the sun, don't like me though. Hates me, actually. I think he wants to kill me. I don't know what I did to it, but it's okay. I'll be alright until I die. Probably from the sun. My family has a history of skin cancer, and all of them were fair skinned like I, so. And it was directly from the sun. Well, I guess not the sun, but like exposure. Then again, my grandfather got cancer. My great grandfather got cancer because he did stupid shit in World War II and got tested on by the government. Actually, if you know people, not everybody, but if you know people whose whole one side of their family shakes, like when they're sitting still, you put your hand out and it shakes. Mine shakes a little bit, but if you know someone who does that, ask them about the family history and what their grandfather did during World War II. Great grandfather, great grandfather. Because if he was home and being tested on, they would send him back to the family for a little while after doing the test. So my grandfather had Agent Orange injected into him and was at the blast sites of the atomic bomb tests that were here in America, and they had to he would have to walk towards it while it was going off, not to where he would die because he was far away. They wanted him to start walking towards the light when the bomb went off. All that radiation probably fucked him too. I don't know how much it was. It just would have been more. Anyone would have got it though too. You know? There's a lot of people that died from that experiments. I'm sure people still die from being over there, going over there, walking in the dirt over there from cancer. Will not surprise me in the least. Dude, the fact that we made a fucking bomb that could just murk the entire world is insane. I know the bomb itself doesn't, but the amount of bombs of that bomb that we have isn't that many to murk the world. Like, it's a lot. It's not as much as people think it is. Some people think it's not a lot. Some people think it is a lot. I never heard the other way around. That's the way it should be, or if it should be, why would it be any different? No one really questions it. I mean, it's common sense too, but like, no one's like, why are we still doing this? Some people are, but not a lot. Alright, I think it is time for me to take a break. get off for the night and go to sleep because it is getting late. All right, so I'm gonna save. You guys have a good night, and I will see you hopefully tomorrow, and we can have some fun. Let's do some Pokemon jams as I leave. See you later.